Elderwerks Educational Services is a not-for-profit 501c3 organization providing senior living coordination, advocacy, and education to. In many instances, our consultants serve as a lifeline or personal confidant to older adults who literally have no one living nearby. Elderwerks prefers senior housing options and providers based on you and your needs. What did you used to do? What do you do now? And what do you want to continue doing? We provide complimentary referral services to vetted supportive care providers and help families and acquaintances secure personalized living and benefit information. Our consultants are experts in senior housing of all types. We have toured the senior communities in Illinois, documenting the services, amenities, and quality of care to ensure seniors transition to the best options based on their individual. People view aging much differently than those of previous generations. Our seniors want to be connected, relevant, and celebrate life in active, vibrant surroundings. We've helped thousands of clients secure and maintain a quality of life that suits their personalities. As the population ages and demand for senior services increases, Elderwerks will be there, offering more learning opportunities, activities, fun, and support. Aging well and planning for future needs can be easy if you call Elderwerks 847-462-0885. Dr. Lisa Gumina is a board-certified audiologist, and she's also dementia certified. She's with Finer Hearing. Today, she's going to talk about hearing loss communication strategies. Please welcome Dr. Gumina.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending this very important topic of hearing loss and communication strategies. My name is Dr. Lisa Gumina, and I am an audiologist. I've been practicing for 27 years, with my last 3 years being fully mobile. So I look forward to talking about this very important topic of hearing loss and communication strategies. So I named this topic, Say What? Tired of saying, huh? So this is a very popular topic I get asked about all the time. So I'm looking forward to spending this morning with you today. So I want to start out a little bit by talking about Helen Keller. I love Helen Keller's biography. I've read it several times. And one of the very important quotes that she stated is, "I am not just as deaf as I am blind. The problems of deafness are deeper and more complex, if not more important than those of blindness. Deafness is a worse misfortune, for it means the loss of the most vital stimulus, the sound of the voice that brings language, sets the thoughts astir, and keeps us in the intellectual of man." So this was Helen Keller's direct quote from her biography, and it's a very good read if you love to read. It really talks about deafness and vision loss and how it can impact her life in general. So today's program, we're going to talk a little bit about hearing and what is hearing loss. We're going to recognize the impact of hearing loss and what to do next. We're going to talk about some treatment options as well as communication strategies to help you cope with someone you know who has a hearing loss, and or these strategies apply even for individuals that even don't have hearing loss present. So these are going to be very good topics we're going to discuss today. So what do we know about the incidence of hearing loss? And so as of recent statistics, 31 million Americans have hearing loss. And we now understand hearing loss to be the third most chronic affliction in the United States. And it's surpassed by arthritis and hypertension. However, it's starting to catch up with the comorbidity of cardiovascular disease, where hearing loss is almost now surpassing the effects of cardiovascular disease in the United States. And so we really have to think about age as our contributing factor. And when we think about age and we think about hearing loss, we can kind of separate the population into different age categories. And we're looking at age 48 to 59-year-olds. About 1 in 5 suffer from some degree of hearing loss. And we're looking now over the age of 75 to 80 years of age. We're living longer. So these statistics, when I started doing talks back in the later 90s, the statistics have completely changed. We're looking at over 9 out of 10 individuals are suffering from some form or degree of hearing loss. And so as the baby boomers age, hearing loss is becoming an epidemic. And it's something we're seeing more and more and hearing more about in our society and in just incidences of communication difficulties that we experience. So when we think about hearing, we have to really talk about the sense of hearing. And so understanding how we hear, where it comes from, I'm going to kind of show you a picture of the anatomy of the ear, just a general picture. But before we really dive into this picture, we have to understand that our ear that I'm showing you here are simply funnels, okay? This is a funnel. So if you've ever taken a seashell at the beach and you put it up to your ear and you hear the water, you hear all the noises and you hear your voice very clearly, we look at our funnel. This is the 1800s hearing aid. You put it in your ear and you hear better, okay? If you've never maybe met somebody with hearing loss, they cup their ear to hear you better, or they end up leaning forward with their ear toward you. They're trying to get more sounds into this funnel here. So what I'm referencing here is, this is the pinna, the outer ear, and this is kind of like the external auditory canal, or we call the outer ear canal. This is that funnel. So when we place this 1800s ear trumpet funnel, if you ever put something near your ear, you hear yourself very clearly. You can do the same effect with just a PVC pipe over at the hardware store. If you're ever at Home Depot, again, want to pick one up, put it near your ear, you'll really hear your own voice. So this is that outer ear effect with sound. So a lot of the times what can affect our hearing is if this canal, this external auditory canal, is filled with wax. So a lot of times wax buildup can prevent us from hearing quite as clearly, okay? But more involved when we test your hearing, especially if you see an audiologist like myself, we test your hearing, we find hearing loss. We can diagnose if it's from the middle ear cavity, which is our fluid-filled cavity here in the middle, or we can look at the inner ear, which is referenced to as the cochlea of the mechanism. This is a more common type of hearing loss that we do find. Is called sensory neural type of hearing loss. So to kind of give you a little broad picture of what do I mean, when we look at the inner ear, when we look at that cochlea, we could unroll that cochlea. It's kind of like a little snail. And so we're going to unroll that snail, and this normal hair cells are what actually line that cochlea of the ear. So if I can kind of think of it as spaghetti, see my little spaghetti here moving. So normal hearing loss, our normal hearing actually shows the stimuli, the normal hair cells moving very readily when sound is being presented to the funnel of the ear, okay? So our job of the funnel is to get sounds to our brain when we hear and understand and be able to have a nice communication exchange with another individual. However, in sometimes of hearing loss, mild, moderate, severe, in many cases, we see the same damage to the hair cells. You notice the hair cells are not as clean looking, not as movable. You have a hair cell here, you have a hair cell up, you have different hair cells in different regions. Well, you start to lose some of the hearing. And as we get older and wiser, unfortunately, we tend to lose some of our hearing. So this is kind of a picture, a snapshot picture of what a cochlea can look like with abnormal looking or damaged hair cells, okay? So oftentimes we don't see pictures of our inner ear, but this is an example of how it can look when we have hearing loss actually present. So when we test your hearing, we plot it in a different graph, which we're going to show you in a minute. But before we even get to the test, or before we even get to how do we find hearing loss, we often want to know what are some of the symptoms of hearing loss. So oftentimes, if you're, miss many visits or calls from people because you can't hear a doorbell or you can't hear the telephone ringing, or a very common comment is, boy, your TV is so loud. Do you need it that loud to hear? So a lot of the times we notice radio or TV volume turned way, way up is one of the very first symptoms of possible hearing loss. Trouble conversing in a crowded environment, it's very not uncommon. People sometimes are so frustrated by their hearing where they can't enjoy hearing somebody in a restaurant or hearing someone in a group setting. Oftentimes the old saying, you seem to mumble, or everybody mumbles. I don't like to go to bingo. Everybody mumbles. I don't hear the numbers anyway. So you're kind of like avoiding situations or using the mumble effect. So a lot of us with COVID have experienced mumbled speech with the presence of a mask. So I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to put my mask on. And if you notice with my mask on, it does become a little muffled or mumbled, okay? We're experiencing a mild sensory neural hearing loss with the mask. So all of us are experiencing some form of hearing loss, just the presence of the mask alone. Even in the presence of a clear mask, you still have muffled speech, but this gives us more of the visual cues here, okay? So oftentimes I get asked the question, well, I just lip read. I get by, I can do okay. I just need the lips. I can see the lips, I can do well. Well, we really truly get less than 17% of the information when we lip read. So lip reading alone is not a good guide to being sure we're going to hear things clearly and understand them. Because remember, we want to get sounds from our funnels, from our ears to our brain, okay? Another common symptom is oftentimes people will say, well, you speak so loud, can't you hear yourself? Okay, you hear that quite often. Or another common strategy is when you're trying to listen to a song on the radio, you've got a lot of background noise going, trying to hear and understand those words, might not come quite through as clear. A little water here. Okay, so if your friends or your family suggest that you might have a hearing problem, or oftentimes you have to have people repeat things over and over and over. That's a very common strategy to ask, can you just say that again? Can you just say that one more time for me? Or oftentimes, frequently, people might say, huh? Don't you wear a hearing aid? Can't you hear me? Huh? What? Okay, so we're going to talk about some strategies to really kind of get over some of these concerns that we see, oftentimes common symptoms of hearing loss. So when we look at hearing loss, this is one of the examples that I'm kind of showing you with a plotted graph. So right here is essentially near normal hearing. In this example, the blue X's represent the left ear, and the red circles represent the right ear. Okay, so we would describe this as a moderate to severe sensory neural type of a hearing loss. So in this example, this little yellow speech banana is an area where speech is actually clear and audible. So in the normal hearing range, this individual is able to hear lots of conversation. The loudness of speech is not an issue. But when we get to the clarity end, this individual may be missing a lot of sh, s, k, ch sounds, a lot of F's, S, THs. So understanding sat versus fat, or understanding twin versus twins. It's those different high-pitched sounds which really add clarity to what we hear. Okay, so it's not uncommon. This is a very kind of high-pitched loss, not uncommon to give an example. And I'm going to use this today as my example hearing loss, that actually will show you what this type of hearing loss can sound like. So some of the consequences, again, remembering how we perceive speech with a hearing loss. If the brain receives the signal unclear, it's going to come through as mumbled or muffled or garbled. Oftentimes, those are the words that we hear. So when we have poor frequency resolution, we're not giving our brain something nice to listen to, okay? So when we talk about hearing aids and we talk about hearing help, we're actually finding something in the funnel that allows our brain to hear the speech information clearly, okay? So we want to make sure we give our brain comfortable speech. We don't want to burden it, like trying so hard to listen. Oftentimes individuals, you ask them, why don't you like to come to bingo? Well, I don't hear those numbers anymore. Or, I want to take you out for dinner. Where would you like to go? Somewhere very quiet, somewhere where there's no background noise is oftentimes a request. Because if you've ever talked to an individual that had to work so hard at hearing in a noisy environment, they actually come back very fatigued, like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired. I had to work so hard to hear Sally and Joe across the table at lunch today. I just want to go home and I want to take a nap. It was just so much information that they had to really concentrate, really try to get that signal as clear as they could in that listening environment. So this is an example, and I kind of like to show you this visually as well as me doing this verbally for you. This is an example of a normal kind of voice if we were to talk about a field of corn. So we're going to start the conversation. Let's talk about a field of corn, okay? And if we know the topic, and we can probably fill in the pieces of what we're saying, but imagine all of a sudden, hey Joe, let's talk about a field of corn. And Joe has a mild hearing loss. It's going to sound like, let's talk about a field of corn. So you're missing those F, those THs, the K sound. Those sounds actually become inaudible to this individual as they're processing that sound, okay? And if we go down to moderate here, let alone thinking about how we do in group conversations, just in this example of a quiet environment, it starts to become let up of out of e of orn. So you're completely missing what we call the fricatives of the speech. We're left with pretty much the vowels. So we no longer hear the t, k, sh, k sounds. We're missing all those. So it becomes almost inaudible. So unless you were well adversed in this topic and you knew you're going to talk about a field of corn, you may be saying, what are we talking about? Really trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. When in fact, with that moderate to severe loss that I showed you, very inaudible to hear these types of an environment. And so to even go beyond the graph I showed you to a severe loss, we're pretty much left with just the vowels. So it's e, o, or. Like, what? All right, and you're gonna just probably ignore them and keep eating and just hope and nod. You're not nodding to something you shouldn't have nodded to. All right, so this is an example of what we can see with just mild all the way down to severe type of a hearing loss. And tinnitus at the bottom is a whole nother topic of conversation. And sometimes tinnitus or buzzing or ringing in the ears can affect how we hear even with the presence of hearing loss. So that's a whole nother topic in itself. So another example is oftentimes, do you want to go to the store tomorrow? And this is kind of hard to really have someone with a hearing loss understand, because you're missing a lot of the sounds, especially the store sound. It starts to become inaudible. S's and F's and TH's are some of the hardest sounds to really get a good grasp on when you have a form of a high frequency hearing loss, which is a very common form of hearing loss that we find. So we're going to talk more about communication strategies. But in this instance, one of the biggest and take-home pieces from today, I hope you remember, is instead of repeating and getting louder and louder and louder, simply keep your voice normal and rephrase what you're saying and add more meaning, okay? So instead of saying, do you want to go to the store tomorrow? Say, I'm going to the grocery store tomorrow. May I get you any groceries, or do you need any food items from the grocery store tomorrow? So you're adding more meaning so they can eventually get the word, oh, you're going to the grocery store. Yes, I would like to come. Or yes, I would need this, okay? So the more you add meaning to what you're saying and rephrase it instead of getting louder and louder is a key communication strategy that you can utilize. And almost it applies even for people with normal hearing in a noisy environment. You can sometimes add more meaning and it makes it easier to hear that information. More important when you have a hearing loss, but it's a strategy we can all apply to our communication exchanges. Okay, so this is a little bit of an example here, and there's my speech banana that I showed you earlier, right here. And it's got the kind of vowel sounds, the low pitched voices, where the energy of speech this person can hear very clearly. And it's showing you here the area where we cannot receive speech very clearly. So for the right and the left ears, this is representing both ears. Blue X's are the left and the red circles are the right. These are areas that we cannot hear speech. It's where it's actually inaudible. So this is simulation software that I bring with me, especially if I have a family member present when I'm doing an evaluation. And I often get times, well, how is mom or dad hearing, or how is Sally hearing? I don't understand how can this impact her life? What does this mean? How can she really hear things? So this is an example of some software that I use with my voice. So on here, I recorded Sally went to the seashore and bought seashells for Sally. So that's what you're listening for with my voice. And I'm going to eventually add water running, add a lawnmower to the picture, talk about just a couple conversations with a little boy's voice, a male's voice, another female's voice, just to show you in the presence of background noise how difficult it really can be to try to hear the speech, the person talking, okay? So again, the sample you're listening for is my voice, and I'm saying Sally went to the seashore and bought seashells for Susan. So that's what I'm using as a reference. So I'm going to play this for you here. Okay, so that's an example of that in the presence of background noise. Here comes a lawnmower. I just got done saying that sentence. You really have to listen.
blue, and black. People say, what a dull gray day. Sally went to the seashore and bought 2 shells for Susan. The sky is golden. The water, rivers and lakes look brown and muddy. The grass is dark, dull green. Even the flowers seem pale and faded. Sally went to the seashore and bought 2 shells for Susan.
So it's a little less noise. You can hear it a little bit better. I added a lawnmower now. So you really have to listen, okay? That's the whole idea.
Blue and violet, each by itself in the sunlight. Sally went to the seashore and bought 2 shells
So just added some different noise. So I think you get the gist of that. It's just kind of expressing to you how important it is to really understand how difficult it can be in different environments that you're in to hear. We're not always blessed with a one-on-one perfect quiet environment, okay? Oftentimes I get asked the question, well, my hearing's tested in a sound booth. Well, that's like the most quietest place on the planet, but that's not how we live. We don't live in a sound booth. We actually live in a noisy environment, okay? And so I do a lot of tests focused on that environment. I try to put test environment noise so we can actually truly see how are you hearing in these different challenging environments. And none of us live in a sound booth. We all live in a normal, crowded, listening environment that takes sometimes more challenges than others to really pay attention to what we want to get across or what we want to listen to or enjoy. And then when we think about hearing loss, we got to think about this very important definition that we got, and this was back in 1999. This is a definition of hearing loss. So hearing loss, a loss of hearing is a serious life issue, a medical condition that is associated with physical, emotional, mental, and social well-being, depression, anxiety, emotional instability, phobias, withdrawal, isolation, lessened health status, and lessened self-esteem have all been linked to uncorrected hearing loss. So this was a definition we've had for years, okay? Very important to know that there is a definition out describing truly what hearing loss and what the impact of hearing loss can have on an individual. So really want to point that out for you. So when we think about the impact of hearing loss, let's think about what's undiagnosed. What do we see with hearing loss that's left untreated or left found, or it's not really part of a normal physical where we want to get our vision checked and our hearing checked. So when I'm doing these talks, I think about what is modifiable in our lives. So when we look at the misdiagnoses of dementia and Alzheimer's disease, dementia and Alzheimer's are 2 big umbrellas that we have of cognitive decline, okay? We have over 200 forms of dementia that we know about. It's a lot of information to understand how the brain is able to process sounds and information. So when I look at what I do as an audiologist with hearing, I want to look at what's modifiable. If I find hearing loss in an individual, I can make recommendations to help improve that hearing ability in different listening environments, challenging and non-challenging. We can address these issues. And I also at times think of vision as another modifiable sense that we can look at. So when we look at these factors that are associated with untreated hearing loss, we see increased isolation and depression. We see impaired communication. We see very poor performance on verbal tasks. We see misinterpretation of dates and times. We often misunderstand what someone's trying to convey to us, okay? Oftentimes, it's so unclear, it can be almost negative. It can almost come approach as being someone's being hostile to an individual when they truly can't hear and understand what that person is saying. So these are just a very few of the impacts that we can see of undiagnosed or untreated hearing loss that can lead to different things, Okay, so what do we see when hearing loss is prevalent in everyday life? So hearing is important emotionally and socially. So in our relationships, in movies, TVs, enjoyment, restaurants, social gatherings. Psychologically, it affects our self-esteem, our confidence, wanting to meet new people, go into a new group, try a new bingo group, or go to a new activity, or go to another social gathering or an ice cream social. Okay, for 15 months, a lot of us have not been in noise. So to go from a quiet, isolated environment to a really noisy environment, I'm getting a lot of phone calls saying, my hearing aid stopped working. I went to the dining room for the first time in a year and I am really struggling, because we have to retrain our brain to be able to hear in those challenging environments. Okay, it's not just the hearing aid by itself, it's the hearing aid in the funnel trying to make the brain happy. We have to do some work in order to gain these emotional, socially, and psychological benefits that we see when we actually treat hearing loss. Okay, so hearing is important for us occupationally, job placement, job advancement, and for our safety and general awareness of what's going on around us. When we're crossing a street, we want to be able to hear the cars as they cross the street, so we know we can safely cross that intersection. And educationally, social, world events, educationally can have a very great impact, especially on our young children undiagnosed with hearing loss right away. Development of educational goals we set for our children, trying to really look at all of these factors of the individual. Hearing plays a very, very important, crucial role to this environment. Okay, so when we think about what are the barriers, why maybe somebody doesn't get help? Well, it could be denial, it could be lack of medical referral, it could be simply not knowing where to go. Well, who do I consult? And I talked to my doctor about it, and they kind of said, well, you're 75, you're doing okay, you don't need a hearing aid. Okay, from that little one-on-one 2x2 cubicle conversation you have with your doctor, right? You're oftentimes we just hear misinformation, or we don't know where to go. Seek an audiologist. An audiologist is an expert in understanding and diagnosing hearing loss and trying to find a communication strategy solution for you, whether it be a hearing aid, an assistive device, other headphones types of devices, apps on your phone, different things. There are lots of things that we can do to help improve your communication concerns. Okay. Oftentimes people say, well, I don't think I can get my hearing tested, or it's a difficult to test type stereotype. There's always a way to find hearing information from an individual. We have different diagnostic tests that we can do to diagnose a range or an area of hearing loss that's present in a person. I work with a lot of dementia patients. I'm dementia certified audiologist. And for me to understand testing someone who can't raise their hand when they simply hear a beat, there are ways to address and find hearing loss in those individuals. And when we accomplish that goal, we can get rid of some of these barriers to get help, and we can actually find a device or devices in combination to help this person improve their communication exchange with another individual. Okay, so these may just be a few of the barriers of maybe why people aren't getting help. I think it's also lack of education on how important hearing loss is to other diagnoses, such as Alzheimer's and cognitive decline and dementia, and just in general, life in general, stress factors. Sometimes stress factors in a workplace are related to the person just having to work so hard to hear, and they're misinterpreting things. So that's a more stressful and frustrating environment for everyone around them. So we want to look at reducing negative effects. So we have a hearing loss. We were just recently diagnosed with a hearing loss, and we want to try to figure out what we can do about it. So hearing aids themselves are great and wonderful, but they have to be coupled with a tour guide. You have to have counseling and rehab associated with it. We have seen that we have been able to reduce embarrassment, fatigue, avoidance of social activities. We gain better interpersonal relationships. So we want to reduce these negative effects that we often see with untreated hearing loss. And a lot of times we see depression, anxiety, negativity, hazardous situations, not feeling confident crossing a street, not feeling confident in our relationships that we're building or new relationships that we want to start. So oftentimes when we have hearing aids and hearing aids are fitted appropriately and counseled with the right counseling tools and rehabilitation, kind of like with the right tour guide to help you find a happier relationship between your hearing aids and your brain, it oftentimes can reduce these negative effects that we often see with untreated hearing loss. So that's one very important concept of how hearing aids can very much benefit you overall, not just in your hearing, but in intention and stress overall in your life. Because when you can hear better, you're able to more confidently participate in relationships and in different activities. So when we look at hearing individuals, this is a study kind of that was done. This surveyed over 4,000 hearing impaired persons wearing hearing aids and their significant other. So when we say significant other, including members of their family or friends around them are very important when we look at what we find with the benefits of people who actually truly do wear their hearing aids. So all the environments we talked about, the social well-being, emotional, psychological, physical health, and when wearing hearing aids, we see improvements, better relationships, better self-confidence, wanting to go to meet new people in different listening environments, improved mental health, improved feeling of security. We decrease anxiety and we decrease overall stress in our life when we can hear and when we can understand things clearer. Okay, so this was just a longitudinal study done over a course of 4,000 individuals, and it's very impressive. And studies are done recently, and we're seeing the same results. So if you have a hearing loss and you've been diagnosed and a treatment was recommended, really try that recommendation. Work with that treatment, and you can experience a lot of positive improvement with your hearing ability being corrected. Okay, so let's look at different styles. Oftentimes I get asked this questions. And again, as I should have mentioned this earlier, but I'm not endorsed to do this talk, as well as some of the products I'm showing here are for peer example only, and I'm not being endorsed by any company for these products as well. So you see just different styles of hearing aids here, and these are just different styles of a more common type. This is, get my cursor up here, this is one of the more common ones. It's called a receiver in the canal, where the unit itself, this kind of unit right here, is simply behind this individual's ear with a little small wire inside and a dome that is fit for the individual, and or a little custom piece that can be fit for the individual. This is one of the more common styles of hearing aids that we see today in our marketing and in other items. Okay, another common style is this style called the CIC, and even deeper yet than what this picture shows, it's called an IIC, an intraoral canal style hearing aid. Those are the smallest hearing aids that are available as well. Okay, but this is just kind of a general picture. Some people ask, well, what do they look like? And, you know, which one would I need? Or what would be the most appropriate for me? These are some of the different styles: behind the ear with an ear mold, a full shell in the ear, and we have a canal where it fills up half of the pinna here, and then the smaller ones which are completely in the canal, or called IICs for intraoral canal fitting. And then we have our RIC, which is a behind the ear with a very tiny wire that goes inside of the ear. So those are just some of the basic styles of hearing aids that are available. Okay, so when we look about today's digital technology, it's very complex. It's automated in many ways. So yes, it has all these wonderful features: dual microphones, speech and noise, multiple listening environments, wireless technology, ease of use with cell phones. A lot of the newer instruments going forward, most manufacturers, I work with multiple manufacturers, and all of them have some similar complexities to them, where most of them pair directly to their cell phones now. So you have more of that direct stimulation where you can hear when you're on a cell phone call, hear it in both ears. So lots of improvements. So with technology becoming more simplified, more automated, we have better successful hearing aid users and therefore better outcomes of people's success with hearing instruments. Other types of devices such as assisted lifting devices are available. Often see phone amplifiers here, also see caption called phones, which are another availability. So kind of coupled with a recommended treatment and assistive devices, they can definitely work hand in hand and work together for you. Okay, so kind of moving on and talking a little bit more about communication tips. Again, some of the most important ones are obviously always getting the person's attention. You're always going to do better, have an improved communication exchange when you're looking toward the person you're speaking to. Okay, it would be kind of rude if I turn around and keep talking to you. Hi, yes, my name is Lisa. Are you able to hear me? It's kind of rude when you don't face that person face to face to engage in that conversation. And don't raise your voice, don't yell a little loud, really try to keep your voice at a normal tone. Very importantly, try to rephrase what you are saying, okay? So instead of saying it over the same way and repeating it over and over and over, simply rephrase, add more meaning what you're trying to get across, and then talk at a normal voice. And be patient with someone with a hearing loss. Figure out what works for them. Don't be afraid to ask them, you know, would you hear better if I would sit on this side of the table? If they're struggling, don't be afraid to ask them. That's kind of you to acknowledge that they're having trouble and you want to make improvements. And then maybe it might be getting their hearing aids checked. Have an audiologist retest their hearing and check their hearing aids as well. Okay. Always, you know, reduce the noise if you can where you are at and try to improve the acoustics of the room. So if you're in a ceiling that's like, you know, no ceiling top and sounds reverberating really loudly and it's traveling farther, try to go to an environment that has a ceiling to it, so you can kind of improve the room acoustics as well. Okay, so again, the biggest one is don't raise your voice, simply rephrase and talk normally for you. Okay, so kind of in summary, hearing loss can negatively impact our quality of life for a patient and everybody around them. So use of hearing aids can improve the quality of life and the mental health. And the first step is acknowledging that you have a hearing loss. And it's not always from the person that has the hearing loss that we get the acknowledgement, but it's from a case manager, a worker, a family member, a friend, a caregiver, a neighbor, somebody from church, to bring it to their attention to say, I really notice you're struggling. You know, I can help you find someone to get your hearing checked. So it's educating everybody around us to know how we can make these improvements. So a colleague of mine, and this is one of my favorite movies, Up, and the gentleman on the movie Up, say what? And he's constantly fiddling with his hearing aid, adjusting it. It's a really cute movie if you've not seen it. But one of the simple take homes is simply get your hearing checked. Okay. My colleague of mine, Dr. Amy Jackson, we've put together a website called thinkcaring.org, which has some videos on it we've put together to kind of show the impact of what hearing loss can do for an individual. This has kind of been my social distancing couch picture that I've used a lot over COVID in my talks that I've given. You've got the wife and the husband. I think you need a hearing test. Why the heck do I need a hairy chest? Okay, so oftentimes he heard what she said, but it's often misunderstood. So this is kind of just an example. And then you got the nice social distancing on the couch picture there as well. So it's a little comic for the day in the morning. And let's go ahead and see this video here. It's just a few moments. It's less than 2 minutes.
For 8 years, I've been the go-to person at work. I've received every honor and won every award available. So no one was surprised when I announced I had just broken the one-day sales record with an order of 40 units. But before a single drop of champagne was sipped, my boss walked in and burst my bubble. It turns out the client wanted to order 14 units, not 40. Huh? When I told my wife the story, she said, well, I have noticed your listening skills aren't what they used to be. She reminded me that just last week I spent a lunch meeting describing our anniversary dinner to some colleagues of mine, only to hear, that's great, but we asked how was your data last month, not how was your date. My mother-in-law chimed in and offered to lend me her hearing aids. The evidence had me worried, so I decided to have my hearing checked. Needless to say, am I glad I did. Turns out I had some hearing loss that was causing me and a lot of people around me to have a lot of unneeded frustration. Just knowing I had an issue forced me to double check what I heard, which helped me avoid mistakes. And the hearing care professional was able to provide a solution that helped me hear pretty well again. Turns out hearing loss was my biggest problem, and that's what was causing my listening problems. But once I got my hearing loss addressed, I was back on top in no time. If you or someone you know tends to mix things up from time to time, don't think they're ignoring me, rude, incompetent. Instead, think hearing and get a hearing health check today.
Okay, so that's the website we put together, and it's still a work in progress. It's very new, but these are just some quick videos just to kind of summarize a little bit about what we find with hearing loss. And you don't really understand the impact until it actually impacts you and you correct it, and you're like, wow, I should have did this 10 years ago. So I'm hoping that we have earlier connection to meet an audiologist and to get your hearing tested and to really see truly what's going on. So things that we can do is, know that your ears, that they can eventually hear properly. There is a way to help you hear. Keep yourself active, listen to audiobooks, practice listening daily, listening games and apps are available. So once we get you fit, we recommend that you challenge yourself to listen and to engage in noisy environments. Keep your brain focused, keep your neural synapses, keep those hair cells moving, healthy, and stimulated. When you have a hearing loss and we treat it, it really can make a big difference for an in-person's life and everybody around them. And music is a whole nother topic of conversation. Being dementia certified, I use music a lot in my work. It's very rewarding. So keeping our brain active, listening to these just simple peer examples of things that we can do. So keep yourself active, read articles, read out loud, keep up with current events, and simply get your hearing checked, okay? If you have a hearing loss, pursue hearing aids. If you have hearing aids already, take them out of the drawer and put them on your ears. They do not help the drawer. They need to help your funnels to get to your brain, to make your brain able to hear and understand correctly. So if you need questions, if you need concerns, advice, or you don't know where to go, feel free to always reach out to me and I can be of assistance and or help you myself. But if you do have hearing aids, really wear them. If they're prescribed to you, they're prescribed to you for a reason. There's ways that you can make this funnel and your brain happier by wearing them consistently. Okay, it's kind of like the overall message is you really need to do exercises to stay young, and by treating your hearing loss, it allows you to keep your brain healthy, keep your brain younger, keep you younger at heart, and have your ears understand that they play a big connection to our brain, which is part of that overall health message that we want to get across. Have your hearing tested at least every 18 months to 2 years. Regardless of your hearing aid use, your hearing still has to be monitored and checked regularly to be sure you can keep your instruments working properly for you as well. Okay, and regular hearing aids do need to be cleaned. It's not uncommon to have them reprogrammed or checked again, or adjusted slightly to adjust as your lifestyle changes as well. So keep that in mind. If you are a current hearing aid user, routine follow-ups about every 4 to 6 months is very important to maintaining that overall ear and hearing health that you need. Okay, and keeps your brain sharp. So some references from some of the items discussed today, as well as any questions. So my contact information is available through Elderwerks as well, but my contact information is listed on this slide here. And thank you again for spending your morning with me. I truly appreciate it. This is a time that we can take any questions. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. You can type them in the chat, but this is a time that we can take questions for you at the end of the presentation. And again, thank you very much for spending your morning with me. Again, I'm Dr. Lisa Gumina with Finer Hearing, and you have a nice day, and I look forward to answering questions for you.
Hi, Dr. Gumina.
Good morning. Hello.
That was
How are you?
fabulous. That was a fabulous presentation. I thought it would be totally different than what you presented. A lot of good facts.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I know nothing about hearing loss other than what I'm going through. So, yeah, it's fun getting old.
Getting wiser, just getting wiser.
I don't know about that. So I heard that you were dementia certified.
Yes.
There's a lot of information out there on memory loss and hearing and cognitive impairment in hearing. And they say that hearing is contributing to that memory loss. Is that true? What do you find with that?
That's very true. As a lot of times, if our brain is not hearing a message clearly and able to process and make sense of that information, it's not stored in our short-term memory, and therefore we can't process that information and memorize it and know what we need to do next. So it's a very important factor to memory loss. And we're learning more and more and more about that. And I kind of get a gist of when I'm working with an individual, sometimes I'll get 3 or 4 phone calls before the appointment because I can't remember the date or the time or when I'll be there. And, you know, what are they supposed to do and prepare? So I already kind of know going into an appointment, if I get 4 or 5 phone calls before, oh, okay, we've got to address this issue.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm learning more every day. I've incorporated cognitive view screenings now in my practice. So understanding a little bit more about where we are with our cognitive function as we start out and we work with an individual and, you know, running screenings here and there periodically and know when to refer for further evaluation with cognitive concerns as well.
So you work in conjunction with some neuropsychs, some counselors, behavior health, Elderwerks, obviously, for support. Mm-hmm. So you do referrals for all of the supportive things they might need as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's all part of it. And hearing should be a very important piece of that puzzle as well.
So we work with a lot of families, as you know, and we do get families who say that Medicare won't cover the hearing aids. Mom's lost her hearing aid and now can't hear and doesn't have the funding to purchase new hearing aids. Do you think that will change at all with our governments and CMS and all the fun?
We're in the process of some changes going forward. So there are some Medicare and Medicare Advantage programs. There is a current bill in the Senate now, you know, looking at traditional changes to Medicare as well. So yes, been on the lobby polls myself, been on the streets of Springfield, been on the steps trying to lobby and advocate for how important hearing is into a lot of the things that we do see. So we will be seeing changes, I think, going forward with that. But as of right now, you know, traditional Medicare does not have any coverage toward this. And so, you know, oftentimes we see families not replace hearing instruments or you know, not have that want to do that, but when in fact it can really make a big, important contribution to how that individual can enjoy life and be able to communicate with their loved ones and their families.
Well, you would think that the community care program or Medicare or someone would support this effort because it can allow someone to live independently longer. So
absolutely.
Maybe they'll hear this conversation and go, huh, what a concept.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons my colleague and I, Amy, has put some videos together to kind of make it short and sweet and like, wow, that can really be related to hearing? Like, the light bulbs go off because you can take a lot of things for granted. And hearing is not one of the first things that are always required to be checked or asked to be checked. So a lot of times, you know, you go to your primary doctor and I ask patients, does your doctor look in your ears? No, I have to ask them to look into my ears. Or, you know, you just got to kind of modify things that we do. And so I think the more educational pieces we have going forward, the more we all know and understand how vision and hearing can be very important senses, again, what's modifiable. So really looking at those two senses as being, just like you get your blood pressure checked, you get maybe blood work done. How about a hearing screening? Have you got your hearing ever screened? Or, it's for some people, even vision. Vision is sometimes underlooked as well.
I am guilty. I have not gotten my hearing checked. I know that I'm losing my hearing. I already know this because I'm always like, what did you say? I know one of my ears is not working right. I know that, but it's just based on time for me,
Right.
for us, for those who are busy, like busy individuals. It's just because it's not because we're lazy. It's just, can you come to my house? Can you fit me there? Can you do it while I'm working? That'd be awesome.
Understand. Yeah, but it's just an educational piece to take home, and communication strategies I tried to address today as well, to kind of understand how it is important to know how to communicate with someone who has a hearing loss, almost regardless if they're wearing hearing aids or not. Certain strategies that make speech sound nice.
Well, I need some of those strategies. My father has a cochlear implant and is pretty much deaf. He's extremely hard of hearing. He does have the caption phone, which is everybody's right. Medicare will cover that. You need to get your caption phone if you have some hearing loss. It will help. And what's really neat, as I've noticed, is you can also attach your hearing aid to a phone. So your mobile phone.
Correct.
How does that
a lot
work?
of them direct connect to the phone, so you're able to, instead of having to pick up your phone traditionally, a cell phone, you can stream it from both ears. So you're using your binaural contralateral sense that our brain likes to process information clear. There's a CapTel program, the Caption Call program, and the ITAC Amplified Phone program in our state. Those are the three programs. It's a no-cost phone to people with hearing loss in Illinois. We all pay the 26 cents on our phone bills. The Americans for Disability Act actually funds those programs. So you can be certified for a caption call, CapTel, or a amplified phone.
I should tell my father that. I don't think he's hooked up his hearing aids to his mobile phone, which he should, because it'd probably be easier to talk to everybody, right?
Yeah.
He does have a caption phone, and here at Elderwerks we have a caption phone. If anyone ever wants to see one, we have a little display, and
excellent.
We can show people how to use it. It's not our thing. We don't sell it. We don't give it out. We just are, we're Switzerland. We just try to get the information out.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I always have phone applications with me, and I do educate new families on it, say these are the programs that are available. I usually show the two examples of the amplified and the caption calls that are available.
Excellent.
They're great programs. Yeah.
And you have information on your organization here at Elderwerks, right? So people can come pick up information.
I believe I do. Yeah, I believe I'm listed, and I can bring some brochures for you guys as well, so you have that information.
That would be good. Thank you, because I'll probably eventually need you someday when I have 5 minutes. So bad. Do you want to give us any more advice or information before we end this educational program?
Thank you again for having me this morning. And I think, just like I said, some take-home pieces is, when you do know someone that has a hearing loss, or maybe someone that may not know that they have a hearing loss, just nicely bring it to their attention, because it usually takes someone on the outside to recognize that they have some cognitive decline or some concerns going forward that could be addressed. And I always think of what's modifiable. So take-home piece from today is simply get your ears checked. It's non-invasive. It's a lot of fun. Audiologists love to educate and to make you aware of what's out there. And there are other options other than a hearing aid too for some people. Sometimes the word hearing aid scares people, but there are other types of devices that can work with you, with cell phone apps and compatibility, and just addressing what your communication needs are. Okay, a lot of the times it starts out, I have trouble in background noise. What do I do? See your audiologist. Let's address this. Let's see what we can do to help you feel more confident going into these background noise types of situations. So it's a lot of fun.
It's true. My father doesn't like family parties because it's so loud he can't hear. He ends up going in another room, and he sometimes gets angry. But it's because it's stressful trying to hear. I totally get that. So we don't judge him for that. That's unfortunately part of his world. So yeah, we got to accommodate.
Yeah, and it can be stressful, and understanding that and trying to accommodate and trying to figure out a strategy or something that can be changed with how he's functioning in that environment will build his confidence too wanting to go to those different environments. So,
Well, we want them to come, so.
yeah, absolutely. And well said, because, we start to see social isolation is one of the greatest effects that we see. It's like, what? I want to take mom out for dinner, but she just doesn't want to go anymore. Well, she's so tired after having to work so hard to listen. It's not worth the stress of the fatigue to do that. But there are ways that we can accommodate that and work with that.
We definitely, maybe we'll just have you have a day with all my family. We're all
have a big day, a day of testing for you.
Family day. We're coming.
Family day. There you go. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Gumina. You have been fabulous. And actually, I was not bored at all through your presentation, which is, I'm a squirrel. So I do appreciate you providing all that information in an energized way.
Thank you. And I enjoy what I do and anyone can reach out to me for questions. And again, audiology is a blessing to be able to provide services and to, be able to address some communication concerns.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. You have a fabulous day.
You're welcome. You too. Enjoy. Have a nice day.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Elderwerks Educational Services is a not-for-profit 501c3 organization providing senior living coordination, advocacy, and education to. In many instances, our consultants serve as a lifeline or personal confidant to older adults who literally have no one living nearby. Elderwerks prefers senior housing options and providers based on you and your needs. What did you used to do? What do you do now? And what do you want to continue doing? We provide complimentary referral services to vetted supportive care providers and help families and acquaintances secure personalized living and benefit information. Our consultants are experts in senior housing of all types. We have toured the senior communities in Illinois, documenting the services, amenities, and quality of care to ensure seniors transition to the best options based on their individual. People view aging much differently than those of previous generations. Our seniors want to be connected, relevant, and celebrate life in active, vibrant surroundings. We've helped thousands of clients secure and maintain a quality of life that suits their personalities. As the population ages and demand for senior services increases, Elderwerks will be there, offering more learning opportunities, activities, fun, and support. Aging well and planning for future needs can be easy if you call Elderwerks 847-462-0885. Today's sponsor, Belmont Village Senior Living, provides best-in-class hospitality, care, and programs in senior living. They offer independent living, assisted living, and memory care in several communities in Illinois. They are sponsoring John McNeeley, who is discussing Loving Someone with Alzheimer's, a retrospective, what I learned along the way. Please welcome John.
Hi, my name is John McNeeley, and I'm going to be talking to you about what I learned as a primary caregiver for someone with Alzheimer's, my wife, Carrie. It's all about my partnership with the disease, so to speak. Later, I'll give you some ideas about what we can do for ourselves as caregivers. And finally, a concept that can benefit a person with dementia. Throughout the presentation, I will share some of the poetry, Japanese haikus, that I wrote while dealing with my wife's dementia. Writing helped me deal with the undealable. First, a little bit about me. I have no professional background or training for providing assistance and care to someone with dementia, but I have learned to have profound respect for those people who do. My wife had Alzheimer's and primary progressive aphasia, which affects speech. I was her caregiver. We both went through some very difficult times. Unfortunately, I started the journey knowing zero about dementia. Here's a little information about my wife and me. I think we were a pretty average family with kids and grandkids. I took a very early retirement, which in retrospect was the best decision I ever made, as it gave us some quality time together before dementia set in. We had 10 wonderful years to discover practically everywhere. 4 times around the world, over 90 countries. I would not change a minute of that. Those 10 years were the last normal ones we had and left me with many wonderful memories of the two of us together. Now the bad stuff. Let's bring dementia into the picture. It began in 2008 with speech difficulties, our first clue that all was not right. Our primary care physician recommended a neurologist. This was followed by evaluation by Rush University Medical Center with a final diagnosis of primary progressive aphasia, then Alzheimer's. My wife passed away in a memory care facility after fighting the disease for over 8 years. The disease progression for her can be expressed with one word: frustration. Speech problems caused by aphasia were followed by other problems as Alzheimer's set in. She then became very, very depressed with her inabilities to communicate or to act like a normal person. This finally led to a very serious aggression and violence. There were periods of time when there was an upward trend, which gave us false hope, days when she seemed like her old self. But the progression was relentless and steadily downward. As the disease progressed, Carrie's caregiving options changed as well. In the early stages, I did it by myself, with help from family and friends. When this became too much for me to handle, a local daycare center, Elder Day, provided me much needed respite to take care of day-to-day issues like shopping and so on. This was 2 days a week, several hours a day. Eventually, though, the disease progressed where she needed in-home care. I knew nothing about selecting the right care organization. A support group that I will talk about later provided information for the perfect fit for both Carrie and my needs. Finally, with safety becoming a major worry, a memory care facility was the only solution. She entered a Silverado facility in late 2014. Some of these options I have just talked about were costly, but I was fortunate enough to be able to afford each care change as it occurred. But even at that, I made a lot of mistakes along the way that affected both her and me. Let's talk about some of these mistakes. In the early stages of the disease, I thought some of her inabilities to communicate were her fault. I chastised her for not thinking clearly. I made fun of her when she repeated herself or couldn't remember recent events. Once a diagnosis was known, I still thought everything would be okay. Modern science would triumph. I was quite naive. I also felt I was smart, very smart, and strong enough to be able to handle everything on my own. Again, very naive. I say sometimes late, but in reality, they were always late, as I refused to accept reality. Having said all that, I did do some things right finally. So here's what I did. First, since I knew nothing about Alzheimer's or how to deal with it, I talked to as many medical professionals as I could. They set me straight. My advice is to get your medical information from medical professionals. And don't be shy about getting second opinions. These help solidify in your mind the actions that need to be taken. I also had many well-meaning friends who gave me lots of advice. More than once, I had friends recommend coconut oil as a cure for Alzheimer's. Stick with the experts. I don't think I would have survived had it not been for my involvement in a fantastic support group. I learned I was not the only one having the same problems, and I learned how to deal with many of the issues that all of us caregivers face day in and day out. My wife passed away 6 years ago, but I still participate in several support groups. Now it's my time to give back for what I have received. Since I was so unsure of my own decision-making ability, I involved my entire family very early in the process. She was my wife, but she was also their mom and grandma, and I wanted us all to be comfortable with the decisions we made in her behalf. So I made sure that everyone understood what was happening to Carrie, what the disease progression might look like, and what we might need to do at each stage. Much later, I found out that not involving the immediate family enough can be a real source of contention, particularly where parents are involved. So, after 8 years as an Alzheimer's caregiver, and another 6 working with other caregivers in similar situations, there are a few recommendations I would like to share with you. I've broken them down into 3 major categories: financial recommendations, recommendations for your loved one with dementia, and finally, recommendations for yourself as caregiver. First, let's talk about the financial aspects of dementia. Care at every step along the dementia timeline is not cheap. It requires careful planning and a lot of monetary resources. First, I recommend you seek out legal advice as soon as you possibly can. I strongly recommend using what is called an elder law professional. Elder law attorneys can handle a wide range of legal matters affecting those with dementia, including issues relating to health care, long-term care planning, guardianship, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and other important matters. They are up to date on all the federal and state regulations which affect these issues. And believe me, these regulations change rapidly. My personal experiences in this regard were fantastic. My elder law attorney guided me through many of the pitfalls associated with long-term care that a regular lawyer could not. An elder law attorney can assist you with my second point, understanding what Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, long-term care insurance, and other personal insurance can provide for a person with dementia. For example, recent insurance changes now allow the proceeds of policies to be partially used before the death of the insured for memory care expenses. If you're like me, I have a difficult time with insurance ease. My eyes glaze over every time I have to read an insurance policy, so expert advice is a must. As I said before, almost every decision I made in regard to my wife's care was too late. I was very fortunate, however, that everything worked out okay and that there were no major obstacles at implementing solutions for my wife. It's just human nature to not want to admit that our loved one is failing and will never recover. No one wants to put that loved one in a facility. Almost every caregiver I work with says they want to keep that person at home as long as possible. You know, in a perfect world, there would be no need for outside help. We would be able to take care of our loved ones forever by ourselves. When discussing the future with those taking care of someone with dementia, the first question I always pose is, what if? What if you break a leg and can't care for your loved one? Or worse, what if you die? What then? What if the person you are caring for suddenly becomes violent and is a real threat to harm you? My point in this line of questioning is as follows. As hard as it may be, you should always be thinking ahead, 6 months, a year, or longer, and plan ahead for these kind of contingencies. You may not even ever need to place your loved one in a memory care facility, but you should know all of your options way ahead of time. Finally, please contribute whatever you can to help find prevention and cure for Alzheimer's and other dementias. There are no designer spokespeople on TV talking about this. There are no survivors yet of Alzheimer's to say, I was cured. Alzheimer's kills more people yearly than breast and pancreatic cancers combined. But we're spending only about 15 or 20% on research on these diseases, Here are some things you can consider that will benefit your loved one with dementia. You know, there's still some social stigma against people with dementia. I think some people are still suspicious of any disease that affects the brain. As a result, many families try to cover it up and won't talk about it to others. Family and friends may suspect issues, but are afraid to ask. Even worse, the person with the disease is often discouraged from social interactions, the worst possible scenario for them. I found that being as open as possible about the situation with everyone can be therapeutic and valuable. I think we caregivers have a real need to talk about what we are going through with others. It provides a sense of reality, which is so important to our well-being. Just having someone else listen and understand what we are going through is comforting. I've already mentioned the need to involve immediate family in the decision-making process. Everyone needs to buy into the action plan for their loved one. As an example, when I realized that my wife needed to be moved to a memory care facility, my kids, my grandkids, even my sister from Nashville and a daughter-in-law from Texas went with me as I evaluated each facility. When it came time for a decision, it was a family decision. There was no family misunderstandings. As your loved one progresses through the disease, what needs to be done for them changes, sometimes drastically. Constant review is needed with what you are doing, how they are responding, medications, safety issues, how you were providing care last month may not be working now. Finally, remember that a person with dementia will respond differently to social situations and stimuli. Don't assume that what they liked or have done for 50 years is still valid. Crowds, noise, and group settings can be a definite no-no. Restaurants should be chosen carefully so as not to confuse and upset the person with dementia. It's always a good idea to let restaurant waitstaff and store salespeople know that you are with someone with dementia. Now some advice specifically for you, the caregiver. I wish I could be the bearer of glad tidings, but there is not much positive about the situation you now find yourself in. I think that what kept me going, and probably you as well, is the fact that we don't have the option to fail. Do I feel sorry for myself for the situation I have been placed in? Absolutely. Do you? Of course. The trick is not to let it dominate your life. You have an important job to do. This may sound dumb, but I used to take 5 minutes out of every day and feel very sorry for myself. At the end of that 5 minutes, I thought about those in a lot worse situation than I was and got back to caregiving. I've mentioned a few of the mistakes I made. I could recount many, many more. The fact is, we are in uncharted territory. We're going to make mistakes, and many of them. Everyone does. The key is to learn from these mistakes, pick yourself up, and do a better job today of being a caregiver than we were yesterday. Ask for help if you need it. As a caregiver, it is sometimes difficult to think positively about your situation. I think it is very important, though, for your well-being to keep in mind when something positive happens. It may only last for a minute, but you can often get through a troubling day with one bright spot. I can remember being very depressed when I had to place my wife in a memory care facility. I felt guilty, alone, and sad all the time. What got me through each day was seeing the smile on her face when I would enter her room. That was enough. Remember the good times, not the bad. One of my best bits of advice is to find your passion. We all have hobbies and outside interests. Make one of them your passion. Caregivers are involved 24/7 with their loved one. For your own well-being, you need to be able to escape all of the negative aspects of your life from time to time, if only for a few minutes a day. I have a good friend whose life several years ago appeared to be in a shambles. His father had been in a car accident and was essentially brain dead. His mother had advanced dementia. His wife's sister was a drug addict and was in a group home. And his mother-in-law was a schizophrenic and now had dementia. He was providing financial aid and personal care for all four. I asked him one time, how could he deal with all of these issues at the same time without contemplating suicide? He told me he was able to do it by carving out an hour a day for himself. He went down to his basement and worked on the world's largest jigsaw puzzle, at that time about 40,000 pieces that measured 15 by 8 feet when completed. His entire concentration was on that puzzle and nothing else. At the end of an hour, he went back to his normal or abnormal life, ready to face anything. He said that puzzle was his passion. It kept him going. Find your passion. A little more advice. Probably not a day goes by that I don't feel guilty about some of the decisions I made in my long journey. It's human nature. We all do it. What we can't do as caregivers is to let that guilt keep us from making the decisions we need to make in a timely fashion. I've never talked to anyone in this situation who said they made decisions too soon. If it was finding a good neurologist, they wished they had done it sooner. If it was finding outside help, it was always done later than they should have. Don't let guilt rule your decision making. And finally, I can't emphasize enough the importance of good planning in developing a good care strategy for your loved one. Letting things happen as they may is a recipe for disaster. Having said that, never forget to take the time to enjoy every positive moment you have with your care partner. These moments you will remember and treasure for years to come. Since the death of my wife, my life has changed drastically. After being her primary caregiver for those many years, when it stopped, I thought my life had ended as well. I was used to being on call 24/7, and now it seemed my life had no purpose. I fell into a deep depression and only came out of it after several years of therapy and the help of many good friends. Speaking of friends, during my journey, I learned who my real friends were. Many people who I thought were my friends distanced themselves from me because of my wife's dementia. I have not tried to reestablish these friendships. In the past year, I have found a new life partner and have rediscovered the joy of love and companionship. I will say, however, that sometimes with her, I put on my caregiver's hat and try to do too much for her. She quickly sets me straight on this matter. I came in contact with a lot of incredible people who helped my wife and me through this entire journey. Caregivers, support groups, memory care facilities, all provided us with the encouragement and help we needed. Now, I feel an obligation to help others who are going through what I went through. I'm still involved in several support groups, contribute monetarily whenever I can, and provide individual guidance when asked. As I said before, giving back in some small way is the least I can do. I'd like to end by spending a little time talking about one of the organizations I work with, Memory Cafe Fox Valley. A memory cafe is a welcoming place for individuals with Alzheimer's disease or any other form of dementia or other brain disorders. Think of it as a support group for those with dementia. Memory cafes focus on different aspects relating to providing those with dementia companionship and activities that are appropriate for them. They can range from painting and music to outings for picnics or boat rides or visitations from support animals. Some simply guide the participants in exercises that foster reminiscing. While a memory cafe is beneficial for those living with dementia, it's also beneficial for their caregivers as well. It's not a place to drop off your loved one for a while, but a way to enjoy activities with them as a break from the normal routine that you share. A memory cafe is a safe and comfortable space where caregivers and their loved ones can socialize, listen to music, play games, and enjoy other appropriate activities. They provide mutual support and exchange information. This by itself is valuable, if for nothing more than to obtain information about additional resources. So why are they important? Well, I think AARP described memory cafes perfectly. What they said was, a memory cafe is an antidote to social isolation. I touched on this earlier, but one of the sad things that happens to many of those with dementia is that they withdraw from most social activities. It happens for many reasons. They may feel uncomfortable when communication skills decrease or in noisy or crowded environments. Family are sometimes embarrassed to be out in public with a person with dementia. The contradiction here is that the research in the past several years has shown that dementia patients fare much better when there is social interaction. Memory cafes provide that interaction in a non-threatening environment. Memory cafes began in the Netherlands. A Dutch psychiatrist introduced the concept in 1997 as a way to break through the stigma associated with various forms of dementia. Back then, and even sometimes now, it simply wasn't discussed, and those living with the disease and their caregivers were suffering as a result. The concept spread throughout Europe, Australia, and eventually to the United States. As the memory cafe concept evolved, it grew into a very open culture, including more than just those living with various forms of dementia. Today, hundreds of memory cafes take place on a regular basis in the United States. In Illinois, there are more than 40 memory cafes, with more starting up each month. Many programs have been created in recent years for individuals suffering from all kinds of cognitive impairments. While Alzheimer's disease is the most common, individuals with all forms of dementia, along with those surviving a stroke or a traumatic brain injury, can benefit from the safe, welcoming, and mentally stimulating environments of memory cafes. Which brings us to Memory Cafe Fox Valley, the memory cafe I work with. Memory Cafe Fox Valley was established in 2016. Interestingly enough, it was the brainchild of a gentleman who was in the early stages of Alzheimer's himself. His wife, his primary caregiver, attended a caregiver support group for her. He wondered why there wasn't something similar for himself. His research turned up the concept of a memory cafe, and the rest is history. A small group of his friends, myself included, researched a bit more and formulated our plan for the organization. Several of us already participated in Alzheimer's support groups, so we had a beginning list of clients to approach with the idea. We also sent out flyers to local churches and civic organizations in the Fox Valley area. The response was slow at first, but word of mouth increased participation every month. Our first meeting 5 years ago consisted of 5 participants and their caregivers and a volunteer staff of 4. Today, we serve an average of about 30. We have no paid staff and are fully funded by the people who attend and generous patrons. No money is ever asked for from any of the participants. About half of our meetings have been at a local library, which generously provided a meeting room. At our home meetings, we usually socialize for 30 minutes. Each participant and caregiver brings us up to date on what they have been doing the past month. This is followed either by games and more discussion, or an event by an outside person or group. It may be a visit from support dogs, who we can feed and pet. Maybe a sing-along program with dancing included. Or maybe a Christmas party with carols and Santa. Here's the final results from our group of budding artists. When the weather is good, we schedule outside events. Here's an outing at a local Japanese garden. Here we're getting acquainted with a miniature horse. Here, taking a very relaxing paddle boat ride on the Fox River. Or maybe just catching up at a local restaurant. If you are looking for more information about finding a memory cafe near you, or maybe starting up a cafe in your area, the place to start is the website that I've listed here, memorycafedirectory.com. It has a lot of useful information about all aspects of memory cafes. Looking back on the 5 years of Memory Cafe Fox Valley, it has been an incredible experience for everyone. The level of socialization among our members is very high, and their caregivers have become close friends and share ideas about caregiving. For me, it has brought peace and comfort and a satisfaction that makes life worthwhile again. Thank you.
Hey there, John.
Hi there.
How are you today?
Hi, Jennifer. Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you for sharing your story. I know it's not easy.
Well, it's a story that has to be told, I think, though. So I'm very happy to provide it.
Well, if it helps one person, it's worth it, right?
I think so, and I'm at the point in my life now where I am just pretty much involved in helping others, and that's to me a real positive out of all the bad things that happen.
I know. Carol Razzo, our consultant who's worked with you in the past, says
Oh,
you're
yeah.
one of her favorite people.
Well, she's one of mine as well. In fact, she's the support group that I mentioned earlier in the presentation that really helped me a lot.
Well, our goal is to help people too, so that's why we've put this program together today. I think that maybe with you talking about your experience, we can get others to talk about their experience and get through that whole process of losing a loved one to dementia and Alzheimer's.
I hope so.
One can only hope, right? So I wrote some notes about everything you said. I love the fact you're telling everyone to talk to the experts. Everybody starts somewhere. It may be already talking to experts, or it might be talking to Facebook. I go on Facebook and I cringe. Everybody asks for medical advice. They ask for, where should my mom live? She needs to move to a nursing home. I'm like, oh my God. What is your advice for someone who's at the beginning of their journey, whether it's the person with cognitive impairment or the loved one? What is your advice in how they should start their process?
Well, I think as I mentioned earlier, I think starting with really sound medical advice is really the key. There is so much misinformation out there that it's very easy to get pushed one way or the other, the wrong way. So I really believe in medical, when there is a problem, there is an issue, start with your own medical people that you see and keep doing it. In addition to that, I think there are groups like support groups and so on that provide really valid information. I'm like you. I kind of cringe when I sometimes look at some of the advice that I see being given on the internet that has no validity at all. And
right.
So I just, it can be very helpful at times, though. I don't mean to dissuade people from doing that, particularly in terms of caregiving and so on. And if when you get together with other people who are in similar situations, it can be extremely valuable. But I think that initial impetus has got to be with the people that know what they're talking about.
It's usually better that way. Otherwise, you create chaos. I'm on a Facebook group page for caregivers, and I read. Generally, I don't reply because I'm a voyeur. I like to see what they're talking about, what the current issues are, and how they're responding. And they're on point. These people are supporting each other with their emotional side of this stuff.
Yes.
And when they have a need in another state. But sometimes your issue is not the same as someone else's. So I agree. You definitely want to bring in your physicians, the experts in Alzheimer's disease and the progression of the disease, because it's not just Alzheimer's. It's Alzheimer's, Huntington's, Parkinson's, ALS. None of these are fun. And you can't do it alone.
They're all different too. I mean, we talk about Alzheimer's, but there are many, many, many forms of dementia, each of which has different issues and problems and so on. So you really need to figure out what it is that what you're dealing with.
100%. I believe in that. I know that everyone's journey is different. Here at Elderwerks, when we're helping someone with cognitive impairment, we usually say, you know, what level are they at? Beginning, middle, end. I know there's many more levels. It's too much. Just tell me in these 3 spaces where, and then we can figure out next steps, right?
That's exactly right. And because those steps are different at each stage along the way. I mean, it's what you did last month may not be what you need to do this month. I mean, that's,
Exactly. So, at being an at-home caregiver, you took care of your wife for a long time, and then you had to make the choice to help her into a new lifestyle, if you will.
very difficult decision, by the way.
I know.
One of the things, and I always counsel people about that, is that there's this feeling of extreme guilt that you have let your loved one down, that you have been unable to do what you should have been able to do. But that's, that I think everyone feels that way. But there is, once you finally make these decisions and see the results, um, you do feel a lot better. Although that guilt never quite goes away.
I know. It's because you love the person.
That's right.
It's not for anything other reason.
It's very normal. It's a very normal feeling to have, I think.
Well, I know a lot of our caregivers, they want to take care of their loved one. They just do because they love them. I saw something recently that said, well, you have to take care of your loved one, but you don't have to take care of your loved one. So you just have to make sure they're safe wherever they go and that they thrive as much as they can wherever they move, and be their advocate and continue to love them, because you're not going to stop.
No, you're still their primary caregiver, no matter where they happen to be.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I will say, and I guess what I learned through all the stages that I went through and all the people that took care of my wife, I really learned to have a lot of respect for these people. It helped me, as a matter of fact, to see the way they were, the way they treated my wife, and helped me in better understanding how I should deal with her as well. But I just can't tell you how much respect I have for all of these people, from support groups to in-home care providers to memory care facilities. These people they're saints as far as I'm concerned.
I'm with you. I agree 100%. They are saints. You have to have a special place in your heart to work in that kind of environment where that someone is not their old selves. All right. This is their new normal, but it is a passion and a love that they can do this. And you're right. They are saints.
And I think in terms of, what little I do now in terms of trying to help other people, that's where I got that from seeing how other people dealt with my wife. I felt that, the least I could do would be to try to provide some help for other people.
You're a beautiful human, John. I do have a question. So when your wife was in the beginning stages and you would go out with her, would you cue in the restaurant person or the people you were around that she had Alzheimer's? How would you notify them that she was a little bit needy, if you will?
I didn't.
You didn't?
It was one of those kind of mistakes that I made, that I just kind of tried to hide it more than anything else. And that was something that I regret a lot. And in fact, one of the things I know that I'm involved with now, and I know Carol's involved with as well, is something called the Dementia Friendly Initiative. And their goal is to kind of help provide information to restaurants and so on for how to handle people with dementia and so on as they come in. So the only thing that I did do, I think, it was a very minor thing, was I did print up a bunch of cards that I think I got from the Alzheimer's Association, little business cards that said, my companion has Alzheimer's. Please be aware there may be some issues and so on. And I did start passing those out towards, the later stages. But I had some really horrific experiences, which I should have handled better.
You don't know until you know, John. You can't beat yourself up for that.
For sure. I can remember one of the very last trip that we took, and my wife just completely lost it in the Copenhagen airport. It went running, screaming through the airport. I should have been able to handle that a little bit better because it was a very noisy situation and so on. So it's one of the things I always preach now is to make sure the situation where you're taking your loved one, so that you can kind of avoid those kind of situations.
It's overstimulation, probably.
Overstimulation, absolutely, yeah.
So in a noisy situation like that, what can you do? Is there any way we could maybe use earbuds to silence some of that external noise? Do you have any suggestions on those kind of situations?
That's what you can. And again, I think the key to, in most situations where there is an issue, is some kind of diversion, to try to divert the person into something else. So if they're getting very upset about noise or someone's talking too loud, is to kind of take them aside and talk very softly to them and change the subject and kind of move them to an area that's maybe a little less noisy. But because they will very quickly forget that problem, the issue of the noise and so on, if you can divert them properly.
Just got to figure out how to redirect them, right?
Redirect them, that's right.
Redirect.
Not so easy sometimes, but yes, that's certainly
we have to use that throughout life, and it doesn't matter if you have cognitive impairment, if you are just sensitive to noise, if you have PTSD. There are so many issues out there that can be handled a little differently in terms of the way we react, because I know that I get feisty.
I think it's kind of, if you think back, it's really how, in a sense, we deal with children at an early age, as we do those exact same kind of things, and that's the same way you have to deal with people with dementia or with other issues.
Exactly. I know that when my children were little and throwing temper tantrums, which I've seen some adults do the same exact thing, yeah. I would basically take them out of the situation, exactly what you said, and have a conversation with them as much as I could with a 2, 3, 4-year-old, and say, look, you're not going back in to eat until you do this, this, and this. And typically they'd calm down and wipe their eyes, and we'd go back into the noisy restaurant and they'd sit and eat or whatever. But it's the same with those with cognitive impairment. They just get overwhelmed easily.
Yes, that's for sure.
And not all of us can react well. I've had quite a few unfortunate elder abuse cases where someone was physically or verbally abusive to their loved one because they just didn't understand. And it wasn't on purpose. They're not bad people. They just can't handle the situation.
That's
what
right.
do you recommend they do when they're ready to just blow?
Wow, that's a very difficult question, because I think we all kind of go through that process, and I know I did, in terms of not understanding why my loved one was going through that, and I would explode and I would take it out on them. And I think it's just a matter of, I don't know what the answer is. I guess eventually I just kind of learned, and other people, like support groups, taught me that you really need to curtail your own emotions when you're dealing with that. And some people can do that easier than others, but to be aware that it is an emotional issue that you have to deal with. I'm sorry I can't provide. I wish I had a good answer.
Well, I think you do have the answers. I mean, you're talking about the emotional side of things. If you need to learn to breathe, you need to maybe do some yoga or some meditation. But in the case of, you are not going to be the good caregiver. Like, I'm not a good caregiver. I'm not going to lie. I can handle a lot, but I can't handle it 24/7. I know my limits. So for me, I would hire help. I would bring in help. And you did that.
I did that. You reach a point where you have to do that. And again, you feel badly about having to do that, but You do
No.
reach a point where you realize that you're doing more harm than good by trying to do it 24/7. Plus, the major issue there, I think, also is, as everyone keeps talking about, is the health of the caregiver is so important to be able, so that you can handle situations well. And you certainly can't do it 24/7 all the time. So having other people there to help you out, it's a godsend, really.
Well, I think you did everything right, John. You made mistakes, but you did your best, and doing your best versus doing nothing is always the right thing, right?
Thank you.
So you did well. I think that caregivers will give everything until they're so physically exhausted that they're sick or they die. And the problem with that is you cannot help anybody if you don't take care of yourself.
No, and I guess in my talk, that's what I say. What if, you can't, you have to prepare for that. You have to keep yourself healthy and mentally strong, because otherwise, who knows what's going to happen.
So you're suggesting everyone should plan for their futures and what that looks like in the steps after, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm sure you plan for yourself too, right?
I do now.
We all learn from all the past. Unfortunately, it sometimes takes a crisis.
That's for sure.
It is. Do you have any final thoughts before we go, John?
Not really. Just, if you're a caregiver, hang in there, seek help wherever you can. Support groups, again, are so invaluable. I just can't tell you how much the help that I received that way, and it really straightened me out in terms of what I needed to do. But if you start feeling like you're losing it, get help.
Support groups are more like for comrades in arms, right?
That's right, exactly. But and I personally am willing to help. If anyone ever has a question or an issue, I'm more than happy to provide any kind of help I can.
Well, if anyone does want to talk to John or email with John, just contact Elderwerks and we'll connect you. I do believe that you are one of the best advocates in getting help for a loved one. And yes, always get professional help. If you need to talk to a counselor, a therapist, or a psychologist or psychiatrist, do it. It's not to be scared. John, you're a male, and we know how the men are. They're very stubborn.
It's tough, believe me. Yes.
Yes, I'm supposed to do this.
Yes,
right?
It's tougher for us, though.
Don't be stubborn. Be like John. Get the help you need when you need it. It will only help you and your spouse or your loved one. It can only help, right?
Agreed.
Well, thank you so much, John. You are fantastic, and we appreciate you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I really enjoyed it.
No problem. Well, you take care of yourself, my dear.
Okay, you too now. Thanks.
Bye.
Elderwerks Educational Services is a not-for-profit 501c3 organization providing senior living coordination, advocacy, and education to. In many instances, our consultants serve as a lifeline or personal confidant to older adults who literally have no one living nearby. Elderwerks prefers senior housing options and providers based on you and your needs. What did you used to do? What do you do now? And what do you want to continue doing? We provide complimentary referral services to vetted supportive care providers and help families and acquaintances secure personalized living and benefit information. Our consultants are experts in senior housing of all types. We have toured the senior communities in Illinois, documenting the services, amenities, and quality of care to ensure seniors transition to the best options based on their individual. People view aging much differently than those of previous generations. Our seniors want to be connected, relevant, and celebrate life in active, vibrant surroundings. We've helped thousands of clients secure and maintain a quality of life that suits their personalities. As the population ages and demand for senior services increases, Elderwerks will be there, offering more learning opportunities, activities, fun, and support. Aging well and planning for future needs can be easy if you call Elderwerks 847-462-0885.
Hi, and welcome to Horizon Benefit Services, where we believe the key to health insurance happiness is both choosing the right insurance plan and knowing how to use it. That's where our care makes all the difference. We help you select the best plan at the best cost and provide outstanding customer service. Whether you're an employer looking to offer benefits to your employees or you need help planning your healthcare costs in retirement, you've come to the right place. We help you achieve health insurance happiness through our unique approach based on the 3 C's.
Comparing your coverage options to make an informed decision.
Confidently choosing the health insurance solution that best meets your needs.
Caring service. We offer virtual and in-person support to our clients because we care and want you to get the best value for your health insurance and healthcare dollar.
Horizon Benefit Services has decades of experience helping our clients navigate a complex and changing landscape. Our team will advise, broker, and advocate for you.
Come for the insurance and stay for the care.
Consumers Cooperative Association was organized in 1970 and serves as the common bond for membership at Consumers Credit Union. They are today's sponsor on Safe Travel in the World of COVID-19, presented by Kris Hoff, President and CEO of Happy Times Tours and Experience. Please welcome Kris.
Hi, my name is Kris Hoff. I am the President and CEO of Happy Times Tours in Wisconsin. I have been in this industry for over 20 years and never could I have ever imagined that there was something that would shut down the travel industry. Never. I've been through 9/11, I've been through SARS, I've been through all the different things that hurt the industry but didn't bring it to a screeching halt. Along came 2020 and I not only knew it was a possibility, I was living it. It was a different thing, but it wasn't just the travel industry that came to a screeching halt. The world came to a screeching halt. We had to learn how to entertain ourselves at home. So many things. We didn't get to see relatives. It was such a different time. And I'm thankful we're finally starting to be on the other edge of that side. It's been difficult for all of us, but I think it's safe to travel again if you take the proper precautions. One of the things I hear all the time is people want to plan a trip, but they're afraid. They're still afraid. What do I do? What's safe? What's not safe? The easiest answer is, if that's your concern, is to contact a travel professional, be it a travel agent, a tour operator. We are abreast of everything that's going on. The safety concerns, the COVID counts in the areas we're traveling to, safety protocols, guidelines. We are on the cutting edge of making sure everything is safe because we don't want to see it come to a halt again. So all of us are joined together and we are all sharing information just to make sure that we can all get back to exploring this great world, the United States, this country, everything. So we want to get back to that. So trust a travel professional. They will not steer you wrong. At Happy Times Tours, we're operating a few tours during the pandemic, but we had strict policies in force. We limited, it was very small group sizes so we could social distance. Everybody had to wear masks, lots of protocols in place to keep everyone safe. And happily, no one got sick. We really were strict on what we were doing. But we did cancel some tours and we did postpone some tours because the safety of everyone is our first concern. My concern is I want my staff to be safe. I want my customers to be safe. I don't want them bringing home something to someone else. I don't want to spread it in the community. So that has always been and always will be my first concern. The other thing is, if you're planning on doing a trip on your own and you want to make your own weekend getaway or something to test the waters, I just want to warn you just to make sure you look around. Go to a credible hotel, someplace that you know or trust. Most of the big hotel chains and even some of the smaller hotels or the more luxury hotels like the Grand Hotel and everybody, they have protocols in place. They are making sure rooms are sanitized. Everything has protocols. If you go to a hotel or someplace that has absolutely no protocols posted or guidelines or sanitation policies, then you want to really think about that. Go into your room and really look. Is there dust? Is there dirt? Because that means they didn't do a very good job on cleaning it. So before COVID, I didn't like that. But now with COVID and knowing all that we know, really pay attention to your surroundings. Make sure that you're looking at things and you're making sure it is okay. Because if they have policies posted, they're following them. Nobody in this industry really wants to have any issues with people getting sick or being reported for not being clean. So everybody's taking it very seriously. The one thing I also want to say is don't let your guard down. You have to keep aware of your surroundings. Keep in mind, even if you are vaccinated, that vaccination is not 100%. It's high, it's good. I'm happy we have it, but it's not 100%. So just because you have the vaccine does not mean you cannot get COVID. Hopefully you'll just get what they're saying is a milder case, or you may not have any symptoms, which no one really knows for sure if that means that you cannot transmit it. So I say, for on the safe side, just keep your surroundings safe. Make sure you're watching what you do and follow some procedures and policies just to make sure you keep safe. We want everybody to be good. As you're seeing in the news, places are crowded, especially the national parks. They are really crowded. So when I've been traveling, if I see a big crowded place, I tend to wait till the crowd disperses, or I go to a different section, or I at least social distance from them. Get a little bit away so I'm not right in the heart of a crowd of people I do not know. Just try to be safe. That's a big thing. And you have to be prepared. Observe local mask policies and social distancing policies, because they can vary by business. You can be in the same city, go to 2 different places, and they both have different mask policies and distancing policies and things like that. So you really do have to be aware. International travel has been a topic of conversation, and I firmly believe that for international travel, at some point they are going to require a vaccination proof, which if you've had your vaccination, you got your card, you got your little card that you have. The thing that I've heard people saying is they're going to laminate the original card. Do not do that. What is recommended is that you make a copy of that card, front and back, and then laminate that copy. Keep your original vaccine card in a safe place, but carry your laminated copy with you. Or what I have done is I have taken a photo of the front and back of my vaccine card, and it's on my phone, and I carry that everywhere with me. So if somebody asks, I can show them my proof of vaccine. If you have not been vaccinated, I do not know at this time what the policies will be. It may be that you will have to have a negative COVID test within so many hours of departure or arrival, or you may have to quarantine for 2 weeks before you can go do your sightseeing. There's going to be a lot of protocols for international travel. And again, if you are going with a reputable travel professional or tour operator, we're keeping track of that. So we're going to know what is going on, what you're going to need to do. And it's just in the best interest to be honest with your travel professional, because if you haven't been vaccinated, we can figure out what we can do, what we're going to have to do, and make sure everything is good for you. So just please keep us abreast of what's going on. There is a new thing when it comes to travel insurance. You can buy COVID-proof travel insurance. Companies like Seven Corners offer a plus line that covers medical expenses for mutation, for COVID, all different types of things. So that's a new thing. So when you're buying travel insurance, you want to find out exactly what the COVID policies are. That's very important. So check it out, look at it, ask the questions. Does it cover COVID cancellations? What happens if your roommate has to cancel for a COVID cancellation for something that happens, COVID related? Make sure you are checking it out thoroughly. Ask the questions. The other thing is if you're purchasing the protection plan, I would suggest when you decide on a trip or a destination to then call your travel insurance places. At that time, you can actually ask all the questions. Before you sign up for a trip, know what the costs are going to be, sign up for the trip, and pay for that travel protection plan right away. The travel insurance needs to be paid right away. You don't want to risk not having full coverage because you waited a week or something like that. So make sure you have your ducks in a row. And again, if you're with a travel professional, they can help you also. What to pack is another topic. And the 3 things I will tell you, in addition to everything else you would normally pack masks. Enough for the duration of your trip. You want to pack masks. And that is because we don't know when a policy may all of a sudden become in effect. You don't know if a business here or there is going to require a mask. So I say pack enough masks for the duration of your trip and a few more. That's pretty important. The other thing is hand sanitizer. Remember to bring hand sanitizer, because when you can't wash your hands, that's the next best thing. And the other thing is I always pack Clorox wipes, disinfectant wipes. That seems to work really well. So I would highly recommend having those with you too. If you don't want to bring a big jug with you, you can just put, I usually take, when I'm going on an individual trip, I take a handful, 5, 10 of them, and I put them in a Ziploc bag and I have them for the duration of the trip. And some other things, rules to live by during this COVID era. Someone's going to cough, someone's going to sneeze, someone's going to blow their nose. It does not mean they have COVID. However, I have been doing demonstrations on the bus to make sure people know the proper way to cough and sneeze. Not everybody does it the same way. Some people just cover it with their hands or, whatever. It is actually putting it into the corner of your sleeve, right into your elbow, and cough and sneeze into there close. So it's catching, your germs are not just spreading all over. That's the proper way to do it. And then if you're blowing your nose, please, because I had someone do this to me, don't hand me your tissue, throw it into the garbage can or whatever. Don't hand it to another person. But after you're done coughing, sneezing, blowing your nose, of course, you're going to disinfect your hands somewhere or wash your hands, hopefully. The other thing is pack your patience. You're reading in the newspaper about all the staff shortages and the heightened procedures with cleaning and sanitization. It takes longer. So pack your patience. Things take a little bit longer, but it's in your best interest that they do. The other things are changing quickly. So be prepared for change. And I say that long term. I don't think we're going to be out of the woods for a real long time. So make sure you're prepared. You're ready for all the changes that could happen. I like to say it's like a travel adventure. We have a game plan, but things might change or whatever. Just be adaptable. We're on an adventure. We're out for fun. We're out for good times, happy times, as I might say. So you just got to really be ready for change. It can happen at any given time. And the other thing, and I hate to say it like this, but if you're sick, stay home. I know a lot of companies have policies about this. If you're sick, purchase a protection plan if you're taking an extended vacation somewhere. I've been very good. I've been trying to either issue a voucher or a refund for as much money as I can get back. It's just one of those things. We just don't want someone showing up sick, even if you don't have COVID. Stay home, get better, and we'll see you on a future trip that way. Social distancing is still encouraged by the CDC and WHO, so keep that in mind and just kind of go with it. And if you're not vaccinated, the CDC is recommending, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. But if you are not vaccinated for whatever reason, medically you cannot have it, or you just choose not to have it, that you do have to wear a mask. And I do make that announcement. It's in our documents. If you're not vaccinated, you do have to wear a mask. That's just the way it is. So please follow those guidelines. Stay safe. Travel is safe. You just have to take the proper precautions. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. If anybody has any, you can always contact me at Happy Times Tours in Wisconsin. Email is info@happytimestours.com. And it doesn't mean you have to travel with me, but if you have a concern or a question, I'd be happy to answer them. I just want everybody to be able to get out and travel because it is a passion of mine besides owning a business. I want to make sure people are out there and exploring again. Thank you. Be safe.
Hey there, Kris. I cannot hear you. Hopefully this turns up. Hold on a sec here. All right. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. I don't think your volume or your microphone's working. Uh-oh. That's no good. We'll just give you a second to fix your mic. It was good advice about the COVID-19 protocols, because we do that locally. You should be doing it wherever you're at, no matter if you're traveling or not. So, all right. How's that mic coming along? Nope. No, I can't. That's no good. Oh no. Can you check your microphone on the screen there? Maybe it'll work. Nope, nothing. A bummer, Batman. I could just talk to myself. It's fine. I'm a good listener. What I suggest you do is go out and come back in. Try that. I'll wait here. Okay. Technical difficulties, folks. Kris will be right back. So Kris is a travel expert. She helps people travel independently or in groups. She's really good at her job. So she's given us some advice on proper etiquette during COVID and travel. I know that when you're wearing, actually saw this where someone was wearing a mask shopping and he had to sneeze. So he took his mask off, sneezed in his hand, and then put his mask back on. It's like, what are you doing? Ew. And then he didn't sanitize. I went on the other side of the store. It was disgusting. So if you do have to sneeze, your mask is supposed to keep your stuff inside as well. If you don't have a Kleenex, well, you have a mask. You can always get a clean mask out, right? Hand sanitizer is very important. I also get the flat packs of the Clorox bleach wipes. You can get those at the dollar store or any of the like Targets, Walmarts, things like that. It's a flat pack of bleach wipes, which you just open the top and you can pull out what you want. And you definitely want to put in a Ziploc. I had one on a trip and it was leaking everywhere. Not so nice, but I used it in the airplane, on the arm seats, everywhere. And then when I got to the hotel, I used it on all the handles, on the doors, on the toilet, and the faucets, on the remote, on anything that I was going to touch. So it is a good idea to do that. And you should be doing that anyway for the rest of your life because it is better than getting sick on vacation. Another thing you might want to watch is buffets. Buffets are good, except for if you have people, general public, serving themselves and they're not so clean. So I like to be first in line in buffets. It's my favorite thing to do because I know it's at least cleaner than it will be. I prefer when people are serving me, so I typically won't eat in buffets. I'll just order separately because it's better to be safe than sorry. So that's my advice. Let's see. Is Kris back yet? No, not yet. Oh, there she is. Let's see if we can get her in here. No, we can't hear you still. Oh, no. This is so bad. Because I'm not as entertaining as you are, Kris. You know? There you go. I muted you. I unmuted you. I don't understand why it's not working. Yeah. Did you check your mic? Yeah. Nothing. Everyone's getting dead air. It's so bad. We'll have to mime. Oh no, this is so crazy. I could sing a song. Nothing. This is, oh well, it is life. That's how life is, right? I know you had more tips for us, so you can go ahead and write the tips in the comments section, and I can post those if you like. I can call you. Let me call you and put you on my mobile, and then we can connect you that way. So crazy. You know, if we didn't have issues, it'd be too perfect of a world. We wouldn't want that. Let's see if this works. Ring, ring. Answer, please.
Hello.
Oh, this. Yay. Oh, my God. We're going to get some feedback here. I know. It's so lovely. Anyway, hi. I'm so sorry we're having problems.
That's okay. I don't know if it's mine or it says it's working. Don't know.
No, it's not. It doesn't come through. I don't know why, but we do have lots of fun feedback. Let me see if I can check my microphone. Let's see. No, we're just going to have to. So why don't you go ahead and tell us some more tips you came up with since you last came on?
Yeah, that was a couple of months ago, and as you might imagine, things have changed a little. So with masks, I highly recommend you wear them all the time.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and I'm going to mute your microphone. Why don't you mute so you can't hear me? And then when you stop talking, unmute. There you go. Maybe that'll work. How's that? Nope, we still have feedback. This is so weird. Everyone's going to go deaf trying to listen to us. Okay. And you're muted. Okay. Well, go ahead.
Okay. So wearing masks is a must. It doesn't matter if you're vaccinated or not anymore. Have to wear a mask. One of the things I did want to bring up is there are several different apps now to upload your vaccination.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to stop it myself here.
Okay. Maybe it was your phone. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Anyway, so there's apps so you can upload your vaccination cards.
Yes, you can upload your vaccination cards onto several different apps. There's Arrive CAN.
Okay.
That's for Canada.
Uh-huh.
So you can upload your vaccination card right onto there, which gives the government notification that you're vaccinated.
Nice.
There's also one, the United States did not come up with a national one, but several states have a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
There is one called Clear Health Pass.
Right.
Excelsior Plus Pass. And then there's also one called Common Pass Project.
Okay, so I don't know how to spell these. I got Clear Health, but I don't know how to.
Okay, so Clear Health Pass is one of the big ones. That's a good one to do.
Okay.
The Common COMMON Pass PASS project. Those are being accepted by the NBA, MGM Resorts,
Mm-hmm.
the state of Hawaii. So lots of different recognitions for those two.
Okay.
One for airlines, Verify. So EERIFLY.
Okay.
That's recognized by a few airlines now. So you can upload your pass
Okay.
right onto that. And that's pretty important nowadays, I think, is if you're going anywhere to have your vaccination status with you.
So when people are traveling, yeah, you're going to probably want to mute while I'm talking. Can they take a picture of their vaccination card and take it with them?
Yes, they can take a picture and take that with them. However, there's been a lot of fakes now. So even the paper ones are not necessarily being taken as seriously.
So how will you verify your vaccination card then?
That's just a whole bone of contention here in the United States. The other countries have figured it out. They have these app passes, and there's ways to those passes to make sure that they're correct.
I know when I got my vaccination, I registered with the CDC right away. I would think that would be a way.
I did that too, but I unfortunately did see a fake one, looked identical to mine. I don't know how someone did it.
Well, if they can copy money, right? If they can copy money and credit cards, I'm sure they can copy a vaccination card.
So to go through that effort though is pretty
extreme.
Yeah.
There are people that just really don't want to get vaccinated, I guess.
Yeah. The other thing is, if you are vaccinated, though, I still feel it's safe to travel.
Okay.
The reality is, I knew when I got vaccinated, it was only 90% effective. Knowing some doctors and nurses, they've told me they expect all of us to get it at some point.
Oh, lovely.
The point with the vaccine, just like if you get the flu shot, you still could get the flu.
Right.
Your lessened symptoms is what it's supposed to be.
Right.
So that's the reality of the situation. However, if we're wearing a mask and we're washing our hands and using disinfectant, the safety factor goes up.
Right.
So that's really what we need to do
Okay.
in order to be good. And I've been out on several trips in the past year, and I've not had any issues. So, but there are now travel insurance plans
Right.
that cover COVID. And there's 4 in particular that have really good coverage. They all offer $500,000 in medical coverage for COVID, primary,
Mm-hmm.
and 100% COVID cancellation.
So if you have COVID or you're afraid of COVID, both?
Yeah, it's COVID cancellations. There's only one plan that has restrictions when purchasing it. But as I've always said, if you're putting your money down as a deposit, buy your protection plan at that time. End of story. So one is called CAT, C-A-T, 70.
Okay.
Another one is called H, T as in Tom, H, worldwide, and it's their trip protection preferred.
Okay.
That one does have restrictions on purchasing, so that's the one of the 4, but they do have good coverage. The next one has a fun name. It's called Tin Leg.
Okay.
Tin Leg. It's their gold plan.
Okay.
And again, it's that 500,000 COVID medical primary, and then the 100% cancellation that makes that a good one.
Okay.
And then the 4th one is called USI Affinity Travel Insurance Services.
Okay.
And that is their diamond plan.
Okay. All right.
And they have really good, now, I mean, these are not going to be cheap or inexpensive. A lot of it's based on age. But better to have the coverage than not have the coverage.
Well, if you're going on an expensive trip, buy the coverage.
Right. I'd rather lose $500 on insurance than $5,000.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
especially if you're going international, you need to do it.
Do you know if any of the credit cards have coverage for anything?
It depends. Not probably with COVID.
Okay.
Even regular travel insurance doesn't cover much.
Okay. I wrote this
You
down.
want to make sure when you're buying protection plans to find out what the COVID coverage is.
Right. Another issue that we're finding is, which I found, is rentals. Car rentals are in short supply.
Yeah, they are. They are really in short supply.
And very expensive.
If you're the age group of retirement, you don't mind someone else driving with you, go on a motor coach tour. Forget it all. You can have fun. Somebody takes care of everything.
I didn't even think about the motor coach tour. That's a nice idea.
Yeah, everything's included and planned for you, so you don't have to worry about it.
Huh. Okay.
And, we pick out good restaurants because I like to eat well.
So do I. I hate gross food.
Yeah, we tend to use local places, and I think a lot of places are now. A lot of tour operators, not big named restaurants, more the local.
Yes, you're supposed to, buy local. That's what I keep hearing.
And you get better service too.
Oh, 100%.
And really good food.
Well, I'm all about that. I love food. I love different food. Hamburgers, steaks, chicken.
Yeah, and when you're going to an area, you want to go to a local restaurant and experience that cuisine or their liquor or what makes them special.
Mm-hmm.
So we take care of all that, make sure of it.
That's fun. If I only had a life.
That's as you plan your life. You just say, these days I'm going to have a life, and then you go.
Yeah, I'll work on that next year. Not this year. Okay. And are there any final tips you want to offer before we go?
I think really the big thing I would like to say is that travel is safe. Really just make sure that you have your masks. I don't think this is going away anytime soon. I think we have to be ready for spikes. But as a travel professional, I have postponed some trips now because there's too many spikes. I think that if people are a little afraid, this is the best way is for them to go to a travel professional, and we'll make sure that they're kept safe.
Well, and you know whether or not they should be going, you know?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, most of you don't see the owner of a company going out on trips, but I'm going out on them because if I didn't feel safe, I wouldn't send anyone.
Which is how it should be.
I've proved my point.
Yeah.
I've got elderly relatives with health issues, but I'm not gonna sit back and say, well, I'm not gonna go, but everybody else should go.
No, and we need to protect everybody, including our own families and our extended families and our clients and everyone. So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and wearing the masks, I know there's a lot of people, nobody ever wanted to wear a mask, let's face it.
No, they're not fun.
Although I did find out I liked it in winter.
Oh yes, my nose was warmer. I like that.
It was so warm. But never did I think I wanted to wear a mask.
Right.
If it means I have to stay safe and still be able to get out,
right,
I will.
Right, right. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Sorry about the microphone.
Oh, well, you know, it happens. Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
friend Jennifer with Elderwerks and Paxem. I thought you guys would be bored with all that music for a while. So I think I'm going to go ahead and share a straightening up presentation. A little bit of tips. You're going to get 15 minutes of tips on decluttering. Hopefully you like my tips. Hold on a sec here. Let me go ahead and share my screen because I wasn't ready for this, of course. Hold on one sec. Come on, Mr. Computer, work with me. There you go. Look at that. We're going to go through a real quick 15 minutes of tips and tidbits to keep you busy. So I'll do my best. Look, I have a mouse and everything. So I'm going to try to go through this real quick. So I started Paxem in 2003 to help people get organized, packed, and moved. It's very fun. I love decluttering. For those of you who don't like to declutter, you got to change your mindset. Maybe put on some music. It's late in the day. Put on a glass of wine, you know, things like that. That's my dog, Scruffy. You want to meet him? He comes to the Elderwerks Center with me all the time. He's my buddy. So if you're moving, you need to start the process. You have to go through your fears and misconceptions and figure out how to get through that. We're going to go through the 3 Ps, creative solutions, and transitioning. This is the shortened version of my organizing seminar or decluttering and moving seminar. So it hopefully goes fast. And I'm going to talk fast because we don't have much time. So how do you get started? What are you going to do with all your stuff? It's going to be overwhelming. Yes, as it will. And if I get rid of something, I might need it someday. So why should I get rid of it? And what if I get rid of my memories? You're never getting rid of your memories. Your memories are with you forever. These are all things I've heard. I've heard so many reasons why people have not decluttered. They're all just walls. Climb that wall, get over to the other side, see some light, get yourself some fun. So the first you're going to do is start planning. You're going to plan. What are you going to accomplish? Well, the first thing you're going to think of is, I'm going to accomplish this space. It doesn't even have to be a whole room. It could just be a countertop or your dining room table, or it can be your garage or your car. It can be anything. What are you going to do? I'm going to do this space. Make it small and attainable. Don't look at the whole house or the whole space, or you might not do it at all because it's a lot, right? Break it down in pieces like pizza. And then you're going to prepare. Preparing is bringing your garbage bags, your cleaning supplies like your bleach wipes, your vacuum cleaner, your whatever you need. And then garbage bags for garbage and soft things to donate, as well as boxes for breakables to donate. And then we're going to purge. So what are you going to do? You're going to take a step back. You're going to put things into pieces like a pizza. You're going to objectively look at your living space. In other words, don't go, well, I love this space. It's beautiful. Well, your space might be beautiful, but it's full. So it's time to make it better and really beautiful. And start in the easiest space first. So if you hate the garage, start there. If you never are in a room, start there. Something that doesn't bother you, right? Like I can go ahead and declutter hammers. I can declutter gardening supplies. I can declutter crafts because I don't craft. But my kitchen, that's my downfall. I love my kitchen, so I always do my kitchen last because that's my thing, if you will. So you don't want to do your thing first because you'll never get to your next thing. Decluttering doesn't have to be difficult. It could be hard to start, but once you get going and you get some momentum going, it is awesome because you've got success in front of you, right? Success is rated by what you've done, not what you're going to do. So plan now and get started. Just get off the couch, get out of bed, get out of your office chair, do it. Now, let's say we're starting in a spare bedroom. You're going to step into the spare bedroom and look at it. What belongs here? And then figure out what you're going to declutter. If it's a really full room, pick a wall, pick a corner. What belongs here? If it doesn't belong here, I'm going to put it in a garbage bag to donate, garbage bag to throw away, or a box if it's breakable to donate. And anything that's supposed to go to a different space, you put in a pile next to the boxes and bags, because if you leave the room, you're never coming back. Or you'll have a squirrel moment where you start on the next room and then you don't get done. So just keep everything in that room till you're done and then put everything in its place. Garbage out, donation stuff to your car, or schedule a pickup and put it in your garage. Don't wait, all right? And write everything down. If you need to buy something, write it down. Measure first, okay? So you're gonna measure the depth, the width, the height of the drawer or the cabinet or whatever you're trying to fill, and measure first before you buy anything, all right? And get your to-do list together. Your wants and needs Post-it notes are fabulous. They'll keep you on track. This is one of my best kept secrets, which is not a good secret anymore since you're all hearing it, but you make a list of everything you must keep. And the musts are things you have to live well. So a bed, your sheets, your comforter, your clothing, a certain number of shoes, depending on your lifestyle. You do not need 200 pairs of shoes, kids. You just don't. All right. And then the wants are the things that you want to keep, but don't necessarily have to keep. You don't like sleep on your photos, right? So the first post-it will say personal photos. The second post-it will be like your collection. So if you collect Yadros, you'll say, I like Yadro of the swans, or I like the little boy and girl, or pick which ones you like. Don't just put Yadros. Put them in order. So if you've got 10 Yadros, put the most important Yadro first. Okay. And if you don't like them all, obviously don't keep them all. Too much of a good thing is still too much. And so on and so forth. Then when you're ready to purge, you're going to look at your must keeps because you're not purging those. You're going to look at your ones to keep. And if you have hundreds and hundreds of post-its, reduce it. Reduce it to the top 20 post-its, even 30 if you have hundreds and hundreds. All right. And that's how we also pack. So if you're moving, pack the wants in order of your post-it notes. And that way, you know, when you get to box 400, you've got too many boxes. Those items are going to be donated, given away, sold, whatever. But you can't keep everything. You just can't, unless you like living among your stuff. I personally like to live and have some fun and not dust. I hate dusting. It's not my thing. Now you're going to plan. Which room are you going to start in? Do you need help? If you need help, call a friend. Phone a family member. Anyone who's non-judgy. We do not want judgy people. We do not want people who say you must, you have to, you're going to. And we don't want people who are just like, do you really need to get rid of that? I think you should keep it. Those are 3 bad people to invite. Okay? You're not inviting them. And if you don't have any other friends and family who aren't judgy or going to make you get rid of everything or keep everything, then hire a professional. You can hire a professional organizer. You can go to NAPO, which is the National Association of Professional Organizers. Find an organizer. If you have a really big mess, and you're a very large collector or hoarder, Paxem we're experts at organizing and decluttering. No job's too small or too large. However, if it's going to be continual maintenance, you're going to want someone from NAPO because we don't do continual maintenance at Paxem. Okay. Who needs to be contacted? In other words, if you have stuff from your kids at home, call your kids and say, hey, guess what? You have 3 weeks to get your stuff out, or you have a month. Be nice. Don't say tomorrow because that's too early, but say, I need you to come get your stuff, or I need you to pick what you want, or I've got a box of this stuff here. Do you want any of it? And then give them a little bit of time and then say, if I don't hear from you by September 1st, it's all gone. I am not keeping it. It is bye-bye. And stick with that. And maybe start with the easy stuff first so they know you're being truthful. It's going to be gone. So when it gets to the more important things, they go, oh my gosh, I better call mom. I want that. I don't want her to get rid of that yet. All right. And then simplify your living space. You do not need 4 couches, 6 couches in one room. You might need a couch. Maybe you need a couch and a few chairs. Maybe you need 2 couches because you have guests. Look at the rooms, look what you actually use and might need. So if you have a Christmas holiday or a Jewish holiday and you have a lot of people, you can bring in extra chairs for those dates. You don't need those every day. Remember that. Okay, they don't live there. Declutter with purpose. Don't bring anything new into the home unless you're bringing something out of the home. So I collect purses because I'm a purse hog. Yes, I am. I know it's a thing, but I have space for my purses. So when I buy a purse goes out. That's it. I don't get to keep them all. I made that rule for myself and it works really well. So I don't buy that many purses, which is a good thing, right? Rethink, reuse, recycle. In other words, rethink and repurpose. Figure out what you can use that thing for in your house other than what it was made for, if you will. So there's so many things you can repurpose. So for instance, I had a rolling cart that the wheels broke. It was falling apart. So I took those plastic inserts, those drawers out, and I use them under my cabinets to store chemicals. Free storage for chemicals, right? You don't have to buy a plastic container for your chemicals. You have it right there. Think about it that way. And then we want to recycle. We definitely want to recycle anything we can or donate it because you're helping someone else, which is always a beautiful thing. Now, preparing. Purchase your supplies, borrow, purchase, or schedule a shredder. And your bank also offers shredding. Typically, most banks do offer shredding service. Place all your necessary tools and support products in the first space. In other words, everything goes at the entrance of the room so that you can get to it easily. Don't just drop and go because you'll lose it in your room, right? And don't forget to measure. Start with the easy stuff. Get rid of the broken, the damaged, the cracked, the chipped, the sweaters with fur balls all over them. Your coffee cup that's cracked. It's really bad because it has lead in them. Some of them have lead and bacteria. So if it's cracked, bye-bye. It's chipped, bye-bye. Torn, if it's torn or worn and it's clothing, you can still donate them and they'll turn them into rags. They don't donate them for rags. Remove anything extra, anything oversized or damaged. And then, of course, shred your paper. Donate your excess food and household goods. So if you're moving, don't move the food, don't move the paper goods, stop shopping at Costco. Utilize that first. All right. So if you do have a lot of canned goods in your house, which we all do, we always buy canned goods in bulk because they last a long time. Start eating them, right? And if you can't eat them all, give them to the friends, the family, and the food pantry. The food pantry will love you. They need food. We have a very large shortage of food in this country, and we don't like when people starve. So donate it. It'll make you feel good. Now, remember, objectively, look at your belongings. Look in your drawers. Decide how many you really need. I have a friend who has like 20 tongs, you know, the grabbers. She's 20 of them. Why do you have 20 of them? Really, in your drawer, why would you need 20 tongs? You don't. You need one or two. If you really need it for parties, put them in a party pack. Get a nice big clear container. Put all your party supplies in there. Your extra serving utensils, your extra grabbers, your extra paper plates or plastic plates. Everything that you use only for guests. Okay, then it's not in your drawer in your main high rent district. Okay, are you going to use it? If the answer is maybe, then it goes bye-bye. In Paxem's world, if you say yes, you get to keep it. You say no, it goes bye-bye. If you say or maybe, it goes bye-bye. There's only yes and no. All right? Are you still entertaining the way you used to? If you have downsized, if you are now empty nesters, if there's just two of you, one of you, whatever, how much are you going to use? How many people do you entertain? I always say 6 is a good number. 6 plates, 6 saucers, 6 cups. 6 is good if you have guests. Or maybe you don't do the dishes right away. You don't need more than that, really, unless you have a huge family, okay? And if you have a family that visits, you can put it in your holiday, create your crates, your plastic crates. Purge, sell your high-value items you do not want, do not need, and are not going to use, and you need to get rid of. If you're moving, now is the time to sell all of it at once, okay? If you only are piecemealing and you're only having a few things that you need to sell, those go to consignment stores. You need to call the consignment stores and see if they're accepting the items that you're trying to get sold. Do not just bring it all over willy-nilly because not everybody takes everything to sell, okay? Hey, this is Jennifer. I have an extra purse that I'd like to sell. This is the brand. Are you interested? And then they're going to ask you the quality, the condition, etc. All right, and donate. You can't sell it, donate it, no big deal. You get a tax write-off. They give you a form. There you go. Look at that. Short version of organizing, decluttering. A few tips to get you started. Rock it out. Let me know your progress. I love decluttering. You need a tip? Call me. You need some advice? Call me. You know, I'm free advice. Why would you not call me? Take care of yourselves. Enjoy the rest of the expo. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Elderwerks Educational Services is a not-for-profit 501c3 organization providing senior living coordination, advocacy, and education to. In many instances, our consultants serve as a lifeline or personal confidant to older adults who literally have no one living nearby. Elderwerks prefers senior housing options and providers based on you and your needs. What did you used to do? What do you do now? And what do you want to continue doing? We provide complimentary referral services to vetted supportive care providers and help families and acquaintances secure personalized living and benefit information. Our consultants are experts in senior housing of all types. We have toured the senior communities in Illinois, documenting the services, amenities, and quality of care to ensure seniors transition to the best options based on their individual. People view aging much differently than those of previous generations. Our seniors want to be connected, relevant, and celebrate life in active, vibrant surroundings. We've helped thousands of clients secure and maintain a quality of life that suits their personalities. As the population ages and demand for senior services increases, Elderwerks will be there, offering more learning opportunities, activities, fun, and support that aging well and planning for future needs can be easy if you call Elderwerks 847-462-0885.
My name is Morgan Van Sennis. I'm from Artist Senior Living of Lakeview. We are an assisted living and memory care community located on Ashland and Addison. I'd like to introduce you to Maria Guzman, who will be presenting about choosing your veggies and doing a pumpkin pudding demonstration. Maria has been with the Cook County University of Illinois Extension team for 18 years. She conducts direct education in the community for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program education. Maria dedicates her time to delivering nutrition education in English and Spanish to families, individuals, food retail stores, and community organizations. Let's learn more about Veggies. Please welcome Maria Guzman.
My name is Maria Guzman and I'm from the University of Illinois Extension. Thank you for being here in our nutrition class today. Today we are going to be talking about vegetables, or some people call them veggies. Okay, so welcome and hope you can get a lot of information from today's class. Okay, so we are going to start. How many people like vegetables? Vegetables may not have a good flavor for some people, but vegetables have different colors. We have different variety of vegetables with different colors. Okay, so vegetables can have different flavors, different variety, and colors. I always say we eat with colors. So that's something that we're gonna talk about. Okay, so once again, thank you for being here, and let's get started. Okay, like I said, how many people like vegetables? Not a lot of people like vegetables, but we know and we need vitamins and we nutrients, and that's what vegetables have. Okay, what kind of vegetables do we need? We need all kinds of vegetables. Okay, we need green vegetables. Example, we have broccoli. It's a green vegetable. We have leafy vegetables. It could be a lettuce, it could be a Roman lettuce, it could be different kinds of leafy vegetables. Spinach, it could be another vegetable. We also have red and orange. What kind of orange? We can have carrots, or we can have sweet potatoes, different colors. Like I said, we eat with colors. Those are another colors that we have. Also, you can have red or yellow peppers. Colors are very important. Remember the nutrients that we have. So we need different colors, different nutrients from different vegetables. Okay. Another thing that we can do, we can eat it's green beans or even beans, considered as a vegetable. We can also have eggplant. It's another, it has different colors and it's another vegetable. So we have a variety. We can do a salad with the lettuce and different vegetable. We can add some lemon to your salad, different vegetable. This is a point where some people think, oh, but I don't like vegetables. What can I do? We can give them flavor to vegetables. How can we give them flavor to the vegetables? By adding herbs. What kind of herbs? If you want to do a salad, you can add a tomato with oregano, and you know oregano smells very good. Or you can add basil to give it, and the smell is just delicious. So you want to give them an extra flavor to your vegetables. Also, add them to your meals. You can have vegetables as a snack. Like I mentioned, colors. You can have sliced carrots, or you can have sliced celery as a snack for the kids. For yourself, be a role model. You are the role model. You want to encourage them to eat vegetables, but you have to make sure that you have them on hand for them, so a place where they can reach them. Also, you want to make it easy for yourself. You want to buy vegetables that are on can. If they're in a can, you just rinse them, open the container, and just drain them. And you have your sliced carrots in a can, and just add them to your dishes. Or it could be corn. You just rinse them, open them, and add them to your meals. Any kind of vegetable that you have is good to add to meals. Whatever the dinner is going to be for tonight, remember to include a vegetable. How many cups do we need a day? Adults and children, if you're in 2,000 calories, you need 2 cups of vegetables. What is considered to be 2 cups? 2 cups of lettuce. Leafy, remember leafy? It's 2 cups, so that's a portion for a person, okay? A cup of broccoli, that's 1 cup chopped and diced broccoli. It's so you can chop chop vegetables, measure with a cup. So we need 2 cups, so you're gonna get 2 cups per day. It could be breakfast, it could be lunch, or it could be dinner. You want to do it for the morning, or you want to do it in the afternoon. You want to have a sandwich with celery, or you want to have a chicken with lettuce. But we need 2 cups of vegetable per day. I'm going to give you some tips, okay? What kind of tips do we need? We want to save money. And as I mentioned, it's a good way to save money, okay? And it's easy because they're in a can, they're diced or they're sliced. You just open the can and you just add them to their meal. That's one way. Or you can plant some peppers, some tomatoes in your window in a small container, and then you can transfer them to your backyard to have them in a big container, and you can have healthy, you can have vegetables grown in your backyard. And remember, they taste better when you grow them in your house. So that's another way to have vegetables in your house, okay? Be a role model. Be example for your family. If you're the role model, you're gonna add them to your meals and your kids are gonna eat them. But you have to be a role model. Encourage everyone to eat them. Have them ready, sliced as a snack. When you're watching a movie, this is a good way to encourage them to eat healthy snacks. So vegetables are considered to be very healthy, okay? If you want to measure, put them in containers so you can see how much is going to be a cup for yourself or your family. But always consider to have healthy meal with healthy vegetables. Try new vegetables and be a role model, okay? So this is the topic that I wanted to cover with you. Now, we're gonna do a recipe. We'll be back in 5 minutes and we're gonna start a recipe which is gonna have pumpkin, pudding, and evaporated milk. So we'll be back and we'll start the recipe in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much. And welcome back. So now we're gonna do the recipe. So I did mention ahead of time that we were gonna do a recipe and I can show you the ingredients. So I'm gonna show you again the ingredients. So the main ingredients today is the pumpkin. We're gonna use canned pumpkin, but if you have time to buy a small pumpkin and you boil it yourself, this recipe is gonna taste much better. But today we're gonna do just canned pumpkin. So this is a pumpkin. We're gonna use just regular evaporated milk, and the main ingredient is gonna be instant pudding. So today I'm gonna use my favorite flavor, which is vanilla pudding, but you can use lemon pudding or chocolate pudding. So your choice, whatever you decide, but today's gonna be vanilla pudding. So this recipe, you can buy the prepared pudding, and that's okay. But I like to do it the instant pudding. Why? I just have my bowl, my whisk. This is the ingredient calls for 1 package, 1 cup of pumpkin, and 1 cup of milk. So I'm just gonna pour this ingredient in here. And if you have children, they will love to do this work with you. The whisking part is a fun part for them. So just pour the milk and whisk. And one thing about this pudding is as you're whisking, it's gonna get thickening. Probably hard to see, but see, I just pour the milk, and as you can see, it's kind of getting thick. So if you put it in the refrigerator, it's gonna taste much, much better. Okay. Now, as you can see, right? See, I don't know if you notice, but if it's thicker, so and the smell of the vanilla within this pudding is much better. Okay. So now I'm gonna add the pumpkin. And simple as just mix and pour. It's measured. So once again, you can do this with your kids and they will love this part. You measure it. Oops. Mix and mix and mix and mix and mix. And see how thick this pudding gets. Okay. I'm gonna share one tip with you. Okay. So I'm done with my recipe, but I like to move stuff to my left. Why I like to do this? Because I know I have used these ingredients already. Okay. And simple as this. Oh, at the end, they also call for nutmeg. If you don't have nutmeg, you can use cinnamon. So we just pour the nutmeg or cinnamon. And once again, and like I said, this is the part that the kids enjoy. Mixing is the fun part. Okay, see how thick it is? And you just put it in a nice, beautiful plate. Grab your bowl, grab your cup, your bowl. If you want to add Cool Whip, you can add Cool Whip. Put it in your cookie, and you can enjoy a healthy snack with pumpkin and vanilla pudding. Thank you very much for being here today. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you and have a good evening.
Maria, are you here?
Yes, Emily, I'm here. How are you, Emily?
I'm Jennifer, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm seeing Emily. That's the person who entered.
Everybody knows Emily. Emily's the bomb.
Oh, okay. I'm just going what I see. Okay, so nice. Thank you for inviting us. I'm here. Just let me know what you want me to do.
No, I just want to know, what if someone is a diabetic?
On this case, when we talk about the recipe, there's low sugar pudding, and we, instead of using the evaporated milk, we use like the regular low sugar, the non-dairy milk, the one that has low sugar.
Okay.
That's what we will go for.
That's what you do. Okay.
Yes, and portions. We always tell them about the portions.
Okay. We had some hard time hearing you earlier. So with the vegetables, you said you wanted 2 cups of vegetables per day?
Yes, 2 cups of vegetables per day. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. You have a loud house.
Yes, yes, I know. Oh, how sorry.
That's okay. I'm guessing you have children there.
Actually, a niece. I have a niece in the house right now.
Oh, your niece.
Yes.
Kids are great. They make lots of noise.
You can tell. I'm sorry. I'm trying to avoid noise, but
no, that's okay. So, what is your niece's favorite snack?
My niece is well trained. I have to give me his credit. My niece is a fruit person.
Really?
Yes. Her snacks are actually fruits. Any kind of fruit. Any kind of fruit. She will not ask you for some chips. She will ask you for a banana, for an apple. She will ask you for all those kinds of snacks.
That's impressive. I was not that person. Actually, I ate everything. When I was little, I ate everything. I was like a cockroach.
We see. I come from a family of 6, and we were eating everything. But my sister, she likes to do a lot of exercise. She takes care of herself. She's a baby, so her daughter is well trained and right. I was taking her, so that's why you hear, I don't know. But her lunch is blueberries, strawberries, peanut butter jelly, and I did my breakfast for my kids are old. My baby's she's 20. My baby's 22, so they're old.
And do they still eat well? Your older children?
Well, my kids, they are athletic.
Yeah.
They were. I look like this because I stopped taking care.
You look fine.
I have to take care of myself. But
I look like this too because I like to eat.
Exactly. But I have a daughter who she likes to do a lot of exercise, and she does. Especially, we don't drink like pop. We don't drink like juice. We don't do any kind of those things because
Right.
we want to take care of ourselves. And I'm not saying that I look like Miss Universe, but I feel much better. Which I don't have any diabetic, and I'm not diabetic
That's
or
good.
cholesterol because we do take care of ourselves on that.
Yeah, I don't drink soda either. I drink water all day. I think that
Yeah.
makes a difference. So your tip really would be if you wanted to cheat, you really need to exercise, right?
Basically. And our theme this year is going to be physical activity for the rest of we start our year in September, so our theme is going to be physical activities.
Who's we?
The extension program.
And where's that at?
Excuse me?
Where's the extension program at?
So we do different presentations, different locations. Like you invited us to do like what you just saw in that video, we do it in front of the people. So how we were talking about the measurements in the vegetables, well, now this year we're going to focus on exercise, physical activities.
Nice.
The benefit of doing the exercise, of course, with the eating healthy. But so we try to do like a theme and something that they tell us to do every year.
Well, that's good. So eat healthy, exercise, get enough sleep, and you'll be somewhat sane.
So, I'm going to share something real quick. I just got to remove a little bump in my neck. And when they were doing my checking everything, and the doctor told me, you're 50 and you're healthy. I'm like, health-wise, I'm not going to complain. I'm not healthy. I don't know what's going on. But he said, because at this age, you don't have nothing else, you're okay. I'm like, okay, I'm going to stay like this.
Gives us all hope, right? Gives us all hope.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Maria, for coming on, and you have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you for inviting us.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey there, I'm Jennifer Prell, president and founder of Elderwerks. I thought today that I'd show you how to make some cashew chicken. So my husband and I are empty nesters, and this is his favorite meal. He wants it every week, but I don't give it to him every week, otherwise I'll get sick of it. So cashew chicken takes about 20 minutes for prep and cooking, so it's no big deal. It's easy. You can add or adjust any of the ingredients that I'm giving you, and you'll want to start the rice before you start the cooking. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So for our cashew chicken recipe today, we're going to need cashews. You can get roasted and unsalted. You can get totally raw, which is what I've got here. I like raw cashews. I don't need the extra sodium. You should probably stick with raw. Raw is always better. You'll need a pepper, yellow, red, orange, whatever you prefer. I personally don't like green peppers. Too much gas, burns my esophagus, blah. And then an onion. Do a really large onion, medium, small, whatever you like, okay? Every single thing we're making today can be adjusted. And this is just 2 chicken breasts, all right? If you're making it for 1 person, just get 1 chicken breast. I did 2 chicken breasts because it's my husband and I. However, we always have leftovers, which is, good. You'll need some oil. I like olive oil. It's less fatty. This is an extra virgin olive oil that I've got. Some sherry, cooking sherry, soy sauce. You can use gluten-free, you can use low sodium, whatever you want. Cornstarch, some ginger, fresh ginger. You can shred it yourself if you want. Good luck with that. I don't like to do that. Garlic. This is just a garlic paste, or you can go ahead and crunch your own garlic. Again, whatever you want. If you hate garlic, leave it out. If you hate onions, leave it out. All right, and then this is pepper, spicy. This is harissa, and this is samba olik. Your choice if you want it spicy. You don't have to have it spicy. It's all about your flavors and what you like. So I've already mixed together my sauces. This is my sauce. This is just 3 tablespoons of soy sauce. You can use low sodium soy sauce, gluten-free soy sauce, whatever you prefer. 2 tablespoons of cooking sherry. And then I use a squirt of garlic, however much you want. You want a lot, put a lot. You want a little, put a little. I put about a teaspoon. And then we have ginger, fresh ginger. You don't want to use the powdered ginger. Powdered ginger's nasty. So use fresh ginger. You can grate it yourself. I cheat. I like the little bottles that you can get in the fresh produce section at your grocery store. And about a teaspoon of that. I also, if you want, you can, crunch up your own garlic if you like it that way. But again, I like to cheat. It's faster. And then you can put in some spice. I use sambal olik, which is just chili. It's great. You can get this in any grocery food store, or you can use spicy harissa if you prefer that flavor. Whatever spice you like, add a little, add a lot, don't add any, it's up to you. And then the final ingredient is your cornstarch, about a teaspoon of cornstarch into your mix. Stir it all up just till it's mixed and let it sit. That's pretty much all you need for your spice. Then we're gonna go ahead and cut up our green pepper on a clean cutting board. We'll just go ahead and cut off the top. Notice how that green part came right out. We don't want that, but we like to save the top, so make sure there's no dirt. And then we just slice. That's it. Put it right here on this plate. And then we're gonna go ahead and take the core out. I just grab it and yank. Some people like to cut it out. Do what you wanna do. Whatever's fastest. I'm all about being fast. I only get about 20-30 minutes a day to cook dinner and eat because we're very busy. So this is a really fast meal. And I just slice it as such. All right, and then I just basically, you can slice it in thirds or in halves. I don't like such big pieces, so I do thirds. All right, so this is your dinner. It's all about you. All right, there's my pepper. So that's ready. Now I'm gonna go ahead and cut my onion. You can use a sweet onion, you can use a white onion, use whatever one you have in the house. You should really cut this on a stable surface, not like I'm doing, because otherwise it'll slip and you'll cut yourself. So stable surface. I cut off the ends of the onion first to make a flat surface, and then I cut off the outside because the outside tends to be full of skin and it's not so fun to eat. There we go, nice and clean. Chop it in half, and then chop, chop, and then one across. That's it. That's it. Peppers and onions, easy peasy. Now we're gonna go ahead and start on the chicken. I don't think I need this cutting board since I have this one. You don't want to cut your chicken before your fruits and vegetables, and you really shouldn't use your vegetable board for your chickens. If it's going in the dishwasher, it really doesn't matter. If you're hand washing, never ever use the cutting board for chicken and vegetables, because you can leave some of your chicken goo on there and then you've got cross-contamination. So I'm going to go ahead and get some chicken breast here. I like to rinse my chicken breast and then dry it off because I don't like chicken, it's gross. So we rinse, we dry it off, our chicken's ready. If there's any bloody spots or fatty spots, cut them off. Okay. So, let's see here. There's some fat on here, so I'm just going to trim it without cutting my fingers off because I don't like pain. They tend to hide fat underneath, don't they? Don't you hate that? Go to the grocery store, your chicken that looks clean, and it's not. There's always hiding something on there. So what I like to do is just slice it about maybe 1/2 inches thick. That's it, 1/2 inch thick like that. There's some fat. Don't cut your fingers. All right. You always tuck your fingers in when you're slicing, right? There we go. And then we throw that on a separate plate from the vegetables. And then we just cut these chickens into about, I don't know, 1/2 inch wide. Again, you can make these strips, you can make these chunks, however you like your chicken, right? About this size. That's a good size. It cooks faster. If you make them too big, it takes longer to cook, and I don't have the time for that. So I'm all about fast. So, making this really quick here. Now I usually do 2 chicken breasts for my husband and I, and then because we like leftovers, you can do 1 chicken breast. If there's only one person in the house, do 1 chicken breast. If there's 2, do 2. If you don't eat it all, that's okay too, right? All right. 2 chicken breasts. Easy. All right. That's prep. So I've already gone ahead and mixed my spices together right here. So we're ready to cook. This is going to be fun. This whole thing takes about 20 minutes to prep and get it on the table. Make sure you're cooking your rice the minute you start cooking, because cooking the chicken and the peppers probably takes maybe 10 minutes. So start your rice while you're cutting everything up. All right, we're going to go ahead and get cooking. So I'm going to put my burners on. All right, we're going to warm it up a little bit. And then we'll add some olive oil, just a few tablespoons, whatever you want. Depends what you're cooking. I like olive oil. I'll cook with it. It's not bad for you, all right? You can use regular oil if you don't have olive oil. Peanut oil is fabulous, unless you're allergic to peanuts, of course. So whatever oil you have in the house. Don't go out shopping for something. Use what you get, all right? If you are allergic to onions, use green leeks, the tops of the green leeks, or the tops of green onions. Green onions, they'll get mushy, so you may not want to do that. If you don't like pepper, you can leave it out. There's really not a substitute for the pepper. And then chicken, you can do this with pork as well. My husband does not like chicken thighs, unfortunately, because I do. They have more flavor than chicken breasts, so we have to use chicken breasts, which is gross, but I'll go ahead and do it for him because I love him. So we're gonna go ahead and get this warmed up. When it starts having legs, you know your pan's hot enough. And what I mean by legs is it turns easy, right? It's not thick and gooey, it's not stuck. It rolls real easy. So this is almost there. See how it rolls? You can see it rolling, that's ready. So we're gonna go ahead and cook our peppers and our onions, or we can cook our chicken. It doesn't matter. You can cook either way. You do one at a time no matter what. So let's start with the chicken. We'll make some splapper noises here for you. That's what it's supposed to sound like. And if you dry your chicken off, you won't have the white bubbles, right? So when you cook chicken and it's wet, you get moisture and it makes that white goo, which I don't like. So I'm gonna wash my hands because I touched the chicken plate. All right, hot water, not too hot. You wanna boil your fingers. Okay, make sure you have a wooden spoon or a metal spoon, whatever you want. I'm going to go ahead and grab my metal spoon because it's easier on a metal pan to turn it. We're just going to move it around a little bit and then let it cook before I stir it. You're going to use your spices to season this. You don't really need salt and pepper. If you want a little pepper in here, you can do that. If you want a little salt, you can do that, but we're supposed to be on low sodium diets. So let's not do the salt, okay? Or do the no salt or a low salt if you prefer, but not necessary. You'll get the flavor at the end. All right, let's see how our chicken's doing. Doing nice here. Slow chicken. Now chicken you have to cook through. You can't have any pink. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get a plate ready for this. You can dump this in a plate, you can dump it in a bowl, whatever you put it in, just make sure you put a cover on it so it doesn't get cold. You can put foil on it, wax paper, don't put plastic. This looks good. I think our chicken's good. Now, as you can see, I'm cutting it in smaller pieces. So that's why when you cut it, it doesn't matter if it's large, because that's how I test my chicken anyway. I always cut the large pieces to see if it's done. Looks done to me. So we're gonna go ahead and take this off. Get a paper towel first so that I can catch the juice on the edge of my pan here. Dump it on a plate. And just dump the whole thing out on a plate or in a bowl, whatever you want. You don't have to scrape this out because we're gonna reuse it. Just wipe the sides so you don't start a fire. Put it back on. Put the heat back on. If it doesn't have a lot of oil left, just put a little more oil. Teeny bit. Not a lot. For our cashews. This is already hot, so we're gonna go ahead and dump our cashews in. And while that's cooking, I'm gonna go ahead and cover my chicken piece of oil. Just so that stays nice and warm. Okay, my spoon can rest here. Okay. Just toss it a little bit and then let it set. It needs to brown up. Now I cook everything on medium because this pan is it's a very good pan. So if your pan is just a normal pan, you want to put it on medium-high to cook. All right, cook your chicken on medium-high, your onions and your peppers and your cashews. You just don't want anything to burn. So these are nice and toasty. You can see they're getting a little brown. See that, little brown spots? Almost done. When this is done, I'm just going to put this right on my chicken. That can stay warm together. Looking good. You just don't want to burn it because it will ruin the flavor of your meal if you burn it. And if you burn it, throw it out and start over. Don't eat it just because you made it. Because it does not taste good burnt. All right, I'm going to go ahead and lift the foil. Make some room here for my cashews. Turn off the stove because we're moving away from the stove. Don't leave your stove on because you never know who's behind you. Okay, dump that out. All right, I'm gonna put a little more oil in here. Not too much, just the schlag. Okay, oil moves pretty quickly here. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and put our onions and peppers in. Love that sound, nice, huh? Sizzle, sizzle. And this is where you break up your onions. When they warm up, they'll be easier to separate the segments. Right now, they're not breaking up very easily because they've not warmed up. So they just have to get soft. So we'll go ahead and let that get soft. And if it seems like they're browning too fast and not softening fast, you can add a little water. You can add a little broth. Little liquid will help it steam. Chicken broth will make it taste good, but chicken broth, chicken stock. If you don't have it in the house, just take a little bit of water on your spoon. It's quick though. And there you go. And it steams a little faster. So as soon as this is just a little soft, we go ahead and we add our chicken and our cashews. Just dump it right in. Oh, you know what? I gotta make sure my heat's on. Make sure your heat's on, don't do that. But it heats fast because mine stays hot, so. Once it's cooked a little, get all those little tidbits in there because those add flavor. I know the scraping noise is annoying, but I don't want to lose my flavor. And then we just mix it. Make a little hole in the middle. That's what I do. Take your sauce that you've already prepared. Just give it a good stir. Right? Make sure you scrape the sides, get the cornstarch in there, make sure there's no clumps, and dump it in the middle. And then scrape this out. Make sure you get all of your juices. And then stir, stir, stir. And it will thicken because of the cornstarch. Even with that extra chicken water, right? We made some chicken juice because the chicken had some water as a filler in it. That's okay. Make sure every piece gets covered, otherwise it's boring. Because you know we're not marinating the chicken. All right, you want to turn down your heat a little so the cornstarch doesn't burn. And then once it's thickened, you can tell because it's sticking to your chicken and your cashews. Look at that, it's so pretty. Can't wait to eat. Yummers! And then you just serve this on a nice bed of rice. Voila! You have cashew chicken. Enjoy! Rosemary Monahan is presenting Empowering Caregivers through support groups. Taking care of a loved one with dementia or other long-term illness is difficult. Rosemary simplifies your understanding and how to help. Please welcome Rosemary.
Good afternoon. I am delighted to be with you today. My name is Rosemary Monahan, and I'm assuming that if you've tuned in, you are a caregiver, caring for a loved one with dementia or Alzheimer's or other chronic diseases like COPD or renal failure or significant heart disease. You may be caring for them in your home or in an assisted living facility. You may have just started this caring, or you may have been doing it for a very long time. You may feel overwhelmed or confused, anxious, or just plain tired. And you may wonder how much longer you will be able to do this because you are feeling alone and isolated. And lately, your health has begun to suffer. You're a caregiver, conscientious to a fault, doing too much, not asking for help because you don't want to bother anyone. And besides, it's your responsibility, isn't it? So you might be just a bit curious about caregiver support groups and want to learn a little more about it. How am I doing so far? It's great that you're here, no matter what the reason. And I promise I will make a compelling case for getting the help and support you need and deserve through a caregiver support group. I'll share my caregiving story and my support group experience and why I am now a committed support group facilitator. And then in a video immediately following this one, introduce you to 4 individuals who have participated in or are participating now in a caregiver support group, and let them tell you why it's important that you join one. So let's get started. Where are we? All of our caregiving journeys start someplace. And mine began in 2007 when I received a call from one of my 84-year-old mother's neighbors. They found her wandering on her property, disoriented and confused. When asked what had happened, she replied that she had gone down to get the mail and then she couldn't figure out how to get back to the house. When I asked her about it, she made light of it, said she was tired and I shouldn't worry. So I didn't. Later in the year, she was in a minor car accident, had no recollection of what had happened, and her family doctor sent her to see a neurologist. The diagnosis, dementia, and stage 1 Alzheimer's disease. But she was still high functioning and we didn't need to worry. So we didn't. Fast forward to April 2009, 2 years later, and the inevitable defining moment, that psychotic incident that got everybody's attention. And in my daughter's words, I don't think we can deny there's a problem anymore, Mom. I'd like to say we never saw it coming, because we did, but we were still in shock. We didn't fully understand the Alzheimer's dementia diagnoses and had no idea what to do. I lived in Libertyville and my mother lived alone in Phoenix with no other family members available. She adamantly rejected the Alzheimer's diagnosis, continued to drive, and became very defiant. There was this huge shift in our relationship. Mom was now the child and I was the parent. I was on an emotional roller coaster from feeling compassion, caring, and love one day to feeling anger, frustration, and resentment the next, and sometimes all simultaneously. And I was 1,700 miles away. So I went to Phoenix and everything changed for her and for me. My mom desperately needed help. And so did I. I had to navigate the insanity of the Arizona court and healthcare systems. I had power of attorney both for health and finances, but not for mental health. I had to go to court and have her declared incapacitated so I could have temporary and finally permanent guardianship to make decisions for her. I had to find assisted living space first in Arizona and then here in Illinois. No one could give me a clear idea of her prognosis except to say it would only get worse. Finances were dwindling. I was consumed with providing for her care, scared, feeling alone, and overwhelmed, unable to ask for help because I thought I didn't need it. After all, I ran 2 small businesses very successfully. And it never occurred to me just how much stress I was under. In the course of the first couple of years, I gained weight. Every muscle and joint in my body ached. I had constant worry, which only increased anxiety, which increased sleeplessness, and added to my feelings of being completely overwhelmed and second-guessing myself. I became increasingly negative, always assuming the very worst outcome and completely unable to have any hope. My resilience, my ability to roll with the punches, which was a hallmark of what I've always been able to do, was non-existent. I started to feel a great sense of inertia, like I just couldn't get anything done. And I isolated myself because I stopped seeing family and friends because I was consumed with taking care of my mother. There was a lot of anger and resentment. And then I felt guilty because I was angry and resentful. I had no one to talk to, and I felt utterly and completely alone. What was happening to me was that I was experiencing burnout. Approximately 95% of all caregivers will experience significant distress at various stages of their caregiving experience. I was becoming a statistic. I believed my situation was unique. I had isolated myself, convinced that my entire focus in life was to care for my mother. So I had neglected family and friends, and I was feeling more and more alone. I had no one to talk to who would understand what I was experiencing, or so I thought. Then some wonderful person at my mom's assisted living facility threw me a lifeline and introduced me to the caregiver support group. Now, I'm going to admit that I was pretty skeptical at first, but I was willing to give it a try. My participation in a caregiver support group turned out to be the singularly most important thing I did for myself and for my mom over the 11 years of my mother's Alzheimer's journey. And that journey ended with her passing in 2018 at the age of 95. It had been 11 years. So just what is a caregiver support group? You know, it's a group of individuals led by a facilitator caring for family members with chronic illnesses. They choose when they're going to meet. They either meet weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly, either in person or now virtually, to share experiences along the journey with each other and information, as well as insights, advice, and most importantly, words of encouragement and support. It's in an environment that is safe, supportive, accepting, and non-judgmental, because each one of us is on an individual journey. So it's really important that that environment be safe and non-judgmental. My support group was made up of people just like me, caring for moms and dads, spouses and siblings with long-term debilitating and ultimately fatal diseases. I quickly learned that we were all brothers and sisters under the skin, and that each of us was on a similar journey and experiencing much of the same confusion and doubt about what we were doing, our caregiving, were we doing it right, as well as fiercely protective and supportive of our loved ones. I can't describe to you my relief. I felt like I could breathe again. The benefits of joining a caregiver support group are many. Emotional support, educational resources, insights, and increased confidence as a caregiver. But for me, it was being with people who really understood what I was experiencing because they were experiencing it too, all of it, from rage to joy to confusion to self-doubt to mastery. The group validated and supported my efforts helped me think through my decisions, laughed and cried with me, gave me hope, and held my hand through the tough times with love and compassion. By supporting me and expanding my own understanding of both my mom's needs and my needs and how to balance the two, they enabled me to keep going. My biggest aha was that I had assumed that everyone else knew how to be a caregiver and were just fine. That myth was quickly dispelled in the first 15 minutes of my attendance. I can still hear the laughter and the comment, "That's what we thought too." I learned a lot during my journey as a caregiver and learned even more when I was a member of a support group. The group shared experiences and processes, so I didn't have to reinvent the wheel. They provided information and introductions and what they had learned from their experience, so I could ask the right questions and waste less time. I was able very quickly to be supportive and give advice and information to several members who were just in the beginning of the court process. So through my experience, I was able to help them navigate that journey, figure out how to talk to the attorneys, and short circuit the time it took to get their process going. I was very grateful that I was able to share my experience to help someone else because the group had already been extraordinarily helpful to me. We talked often about our insights. A caregiver support group is about us and for us. Certainly we discuss what's going on with our loved ones, but we also had to come to an understanding about what insights we were getting about ourselves and our role as caregivers. One of the first things we all agreed on was that caregiving is a gift and a privilege. It's a hard gift and a hard privilege, but a gift nonetheless. My mom had taken care of me when I was a little girl. I was born with a congenital heart defect at a time when heart surgery was fledgling, and she took care of me for 19 years until the techniques got to be so much better. And I'm here before you today, many, many years later, healthy and not a heart patient. How could I not take care of her in her hour of need? We also agreed that we don't have to do this alone, that there are people around us, strangers, when we first start getting together, but soon becoming friends and trusted colleagues, to be support along the way, people who understand what we're going through. We also agreed that none of this is our fault, but it is our responsibility. When we have to take on the responsibility because our loved ones can no longer do it for themselves. We learned that we needed to shift from being reactive to being proactive and responsive. When we move to being proactive and responsive, we move away from those emotions that paralyze us, keep us from seeing our situation clearly and taking appropriate action. When we're proactive and responsive, we're in our thinking, we're in our heads, we're thinking about the things that we can do. And we're not stymied by anxiety or fear or the negative emotions that keep us from doing what we need to do. We all agree that we strive to do the very best we can each and every day, and that it's imperfect at best, but we love our loved ones, and that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. We also discovered that we are experts in caring for our loved ones. We know more about our loved ones than the doctors attending them, nurses, CNAs, attorneys, anyone who might be part of the process. We live with them and see them every day, and we are really experts in their condition and in their care. We see the nuances of change. We understand when they need help, and we can then advocate for them. We also agreed that caregiving is one of the hardest jobs we will ever do. An additional benefit of a caregiver support group is increased confidence. When you're surrounded by a group of individuals who are clearly your cheerleaders and are willing to listen to you and give you good advice, you automatically have enhanced decision making, a greater sense of empowerment, and being in control. My second guessing myself became non-existent. I learned where resources and help was readily available and knew who I could reach out to in the group, and often was on the other end of that when a call would come into me, and I was happy to be on the other end of the line to talk someone down or just listen. I no longer felt isolated or alone. And I took great pride in asking for help when necessary, because I learned that asking for help was not a weakness. Asking for help was a strength. And I was always grateful when I could provide help to someone else. So I learned to better able to take care of my loved one, my mom, and I was better able to take care of myself and ride the emotional roller coaster because I had so much amazing support. My most significant takeaway was this: you need to take care of yourself first. If you don't take care for yourself, you can't take care of someone else. So what does putting yourself first look like? We need to stay in the present moment. If we spend too much time thinking about what we could have done, should have done in the past, maybe to prevent all that's happened, or look to the future and never project positively, we're missing what's going on right now and what we have to deal with. So we need to stay in the present moment. We need to learn to accept our feelings and stop feeling guilty for having them. If we feel resentment and angry, sometimes that's okay. If we feel joy and wonder and great connection, because that happens too, that's okay. But we have to focus on what's going right and not on what's going wrong. We need to stay connected with our family, with our friends, with our support group, with those people who really care about us and really understand that we're going through a tough time. They're out there and they're waiting for us to ask them for their help. We need to get help and info and advice from family and friends, other caregivers, elder care attorneys, and appropriate medical professionals. And then we really need to focus on ourselves. We need to exercise daily. We need to go for a walk or ride a bike or ride an exercise bike. We need to make sure that we're eating nutritious food and that we're really taking care of our bodies. We need to trust our decisions. You know, we're doing the best we can. We have a support system around us and we're getting good input. We need to trust our decisions. If we're people of faith, we need to pray and we need to meditate. And meditate is all about breathing. And sometimes, because we all are shallow breathers, especially in anxious times, we need to breathe deeply, just like this, in through the nose and out through the mouth. If you do that 3 or 4 times in a row, watch how much better you feel. You need to make time to enjoy walks, long or short, chocolate, a good book, a good movie, a nap. And maybe most importantly, you need to keep a gratitude journal, because you need to look and find what's going right every single day that you're a caregiver. And sometimes that's simply that you had 5 minutes to yourself, or as one of my entries says, today my mom recognized me and I felt so great. We need to learn to pay it forward. We need to share what we've learned with other caregivers and with those people who are struggling with, what do? I think there's something going on with mom or dad or Aunt Jane or Uncle Joe. And we need to join a caregiver support group. You know, the caregiver support group facilitator sets the tone for the group. He or she models empathy and respect, confidentiality, and ensures that everyone has the opportunity to be heard. Participants are welcoming and interested in you as the newcomer, and quickly assimilate you into the group. You feel safe and respected. You notice the confidence that participants have. And remember, they're developing that through the group. You know, they didn't all come in with that confidence, but they gained that confidence. And there's laughter and there's camaraderie. Always ask if you can sit in to get the feel of the group. There are lots of ways to find a caregiver support group. There's an awesome site called verywellhealth.com. This article was written in May of 2021, so it's very recent, and it's the 7 best caregiver support groups of 2021. You can go to each one of these sites, and there's the Caregiver Action Network and they cover all types of support groups. There's the Alzheimer's Foundation and the Alzheimer's Association, which is specifically dealing with Alzheimer's and dementias. And then you can read the Working Daughters, the LGBT Caregivers, Family Caregiver Alliance, Parent to Parent USA, and then for mental illness, National Alliance for Mental Health for mental illness. Additional sources for caregiver support groups include assisted living facilities. Most assisted living facilities, especially those that deal with dementia and Alzheimer's, have support groups that you could attend. Your church and synagogue may be one of those places where you could attend a support group. My church is one of those. Doctors and nurse practitioners often know where there are groups available for participation. Talk to friends who are also caregivers. They may have information for you on groups that they attend or know about. You can find anything on Google. Local hospitals sometimes have support groups and are happy to give you information. There are online and Facebook support groups. And then of course there are support groups at senior centers. All you need to do is start asking the question and you can find a lot of information. I really believe in the power of caregiver support groups to promote confidence and empower caregivers. They're a powerful resource to educate, support, advocate for, and provide resources for the caregiver family. The opportunities to learn from each other and to have a partner or partners through the struggle is invaluable. And what you learn and what you gain and what you give back will stay with you for a very long time. My experience with my mother's Alzheimer's on her journey and my experience as a partner in that journey with her is that I will help anyone who is struggling with the challenges and complexities of caring for a loved one with dementia and Alzheimer's disease. I was a deer in headlights and I had to learn how to do it. And I am happy to help anyone else learn how to do it. I've been skilled as a teacher, a trainer, a public speaker, and community builder to educate, build awareness, and pay it forward. And I have a commitment to do that because it is so, so important. So that was my move from caregiver to facilitator. I've led the First Presbyterian Church of Libertyville Caregiver Support Group since 2016. And it has been a joy for me, and it has been a joy for those who have joined me in the group, because we all understand that we can't do this alone. And we draw from outside the church and from the community as well. 4 participants, Barb, Judy, Paul, and Warren, have agreed to share their experiences with you. And I give my thanks to them and thanks to you for joining me today. And that panel video is up next. In closing this segment, I'd like to leave you with this. Sometimes we fail to see the gifts that are contained in the bittersweet moments. My mom's Alzheimer's journey was also my journey, and it ultimately led to today with me sharing part of my story and educating you on the benefits of caregiver support groups. We currently meet online, and you're welcome to join us. Please send me an email or text message with your name and contact info, and I will respond. Now, don't go away. The panel video is up next. Thanks. Well, welcome back to part 2 of Empowering Caregivers Through Support Groups. I'm Rosemary Monahan, and I am so delighted today to introduce you to 4 individuals who have participated and or are participating currently in a caregiver support group with me as facilitator. They have been very gracious, and we're excited to share their experience. And I'm going to stop now, and I'm just going to ask who'd like to begin.
That's the toughest one.
I'll start out.
All right, Warren, thank you.
Okay. I'm the caregiver for my wife. She has dementia, and it's been slowly progressing. And also she suffers from fatigue factor, does not have a lot of energy. So I've been doing this for about 2 years knowingly, and probably a little bit before that without knowing it. But I heard about this group through a friend of mine who had similar situation. And he asked me, he said, well, would you be interested? And I thought about it for a while and finally got off my tail and called up Rosemary. And that's been, I guess, 2 years now, something like that. And I've found it very rewarding to listen to other people that realize that I'm not alone. And other people have similar problems. So that's, and it's an experience to exchange ideas with people and to make some comments because you've been on that road before. So it's worked out very well, and I found it very helpful.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you. Who would like to go next? Judy, you're muted.
Yes, I'd be happy to, and I realized I was muted, and so just got started. Yes, my mom was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. She was living in a care facility up until about age 92. She was living on her own in her house, and my brother and I would go over there and help her do things, but she was quite independent. And so when she moved into her assisted living facility, there were 2 things that kind of happened that caused me to seek out a group. One was shortly after she moved there, and she had been looking forward to it, she was, not so happy about being there anymore. She lost a lot of her independence, and so began to, as I assessed it, she began to be somewhat angry, and the anger was actually it was taken out on me in a verbal way, and which made me just feel very bad and very guilty along the way in terms of, maybe I should have moved into her house. In the meantime, we were in the process of selling her house and did sell it fairly quickly. And I think part of that was my loss of, that somehow, it was my family home. It was where I grew up. And so I was dealing with my own loss as well as somewhat the loss of my mom, as I really knew who she was, and because her Alzheimer's was starting to progress. And so I personally, I just had a horrible, horrible struggle personally with this. And people would say, how's your mom doing? And I'd just break out in tears. I'd never ever met anyone that happened to before. And I knew, my brother says, you need to get some help. And I says, yes, I know I do. And I was looking for groups. And oddly enough, it was difficult to find a group. There were some through libraries, and they often were not at times I was able to attend. So it was actually difficult to find a group. I saw, I was prior to Rosemary became our caregiver, our support system. Someone else was kind of in charge of the group, and they had a meeting scheduled, and I went to go to the meeting, and it evidently had been canceled, but I didn't know. So I showed up at the Presbyterian church, and fortunately one of the pastors was there, and she goes, well, I'll make sure your name gets to those people. And so they called me, and so I was a member for 4 years, or maybe a little bit over 4 years in this group. And I just remember I sobbed during the entire first meeting. Everyone was there, was so kind and understanding. And, it was just a regular thing to make sure that I went, because it was listening to other people and knowing that we all have struggles. They're not all like, we're all facing this in many different ways with the people that we're caring for. But there was a comfort in being able to share and to be able to listen, and at times where we could offer advice to each other, or sometimes make suggestions or whatever. And then, of course, as Rosemary, with her background and knowledge, was able to also kind of help, direct us with questions, so, in terms of what our discussion might be. My mother passed away last October, and she had also in that time had moved into memory care, and at that point really started her whole cognitive memory just severely decreased. So it was a difficult time, and it was so wonderful to have a support group. And I think something that was, I didn't set out looking for this, but it became important that I had found it, and that was a caregiver group that had the religious base and religious founding. So that, even though I'm not Presbyterian and didn't belong to the church, I felt very welcomed, and just thankful, very thankful and grateful.
Thank you, Judy. Who else? Who's next?
Barb, it's you and me.
Okay, why don't you go and then I'll wrap it up.
Okay. I'm caregiver for my wife, Arlene. We will have been married 65 years this fall. And about 2.5 years ago, in response to some problems that seemed to be coming up with memory, we had a session with a neurologist. Rosemary, you know what he is. I don't. He's a qualified guy who did a lot of tests and so forth, and said, yes, it was Alzheimer's. And so since then, we've been dealing with it. We're living at home. We changed our residence about 3 years ago. And that was, as any of you, and probably all of you know, moving from one place to another, especially one that we've been living in for some 40-odd years, was in itself, difficult. And I think it kind of exacerbated the things that were going on, with the memory at that time. But anyway, we safely got ourselves settled in a new place, which is all in one story, and it's quite nice. It's and so we seem to have solved the housing problem. I guess one of the more difficult things that I find to deal with is Arlene is very responsible, but there have been a couple of times at least that things. I remember coming home from a trip to the drugstore to find a note on the door saying that I went for a walk. Well, that didn't seem to be a very good idea to me. And I immediately started driving through the neighborhood to see where she was, because she's fallen a few times and probably is a little bit confused about where she is. Well, I didn't find her, so I returned home, and she was there. She didn't go for a very long walk, just around in the backyard. And we had a long talk about please never doing that again. But it's hard to know when you can let go and go someplace for a while, or whether you should stay home. So that's been kind of a difficult one. I joined the Caregivers group because Rosemary and her husband Rich and I have been friends at church. Arlene sings in the choir, and so do they. I do not sing in the choir because it's a good choir, and I kind of want to keep it that way. But so we were friends before. Rich and I share an interest in fishing, which is one of the things that's been difficult for me to not participate in, but it's hard to, leave all day to go fishing. I guess I would say that the Caregivers group, for me at least, has been so valuable in just listening to other people and talking with other people that are dealing with the same problems. You can read books and you can listen to sermons or whatever presentations, but there's nothing quite as good as talking to somebody that's dealing with the same thing that you are. At least that was certainly my experience. If you would be looking for a caregivers group, one thing I would recommend is find one with a really good leader, and we do have one, by the way. And I don't know how you determine that, but I do know that Rosemary she's real good, and very, very thankful for her. So I guess that would wrap up my 2 cents worth.
Oh, thank you, Paul. Thank you for the kind words. Barbara.
Well, we knew for a long time that my mother had Alzheimer's. I lost them at the beginning of the pandemic about 16 months ago. At the time, mother was 92 and dad was 96. And I came to this group because my father had made me his power of attorney for both healthcare and for their day-to-day expenses and decisions. But my sister and her husband lived nearer and had been looking in on them for some time. But it began to be clear that dad needed more help. And so I needed to find some caregivers who could come into the home. I lived at the time about 45 minutes away. And we were beginning to have falls and other kinds of things. Dad had a couple of episodes with pneumonia where he had to go into the hospital, and mother couldn't be alone. I was working full-time. My sister and brother-in-law were working full-time. And it became evident that eventually that we couldn't keep them at home. The caregiving system is, if you find a good in-home caregiver, that's great, and you should hang on to them, but it can be somewhat challenging. And what I got from this group was an incredible amount of support and guidance, but also resources. And that was a big thing for me because I found myself in a situation where I really needed the help of a family attorney. I needed some idea of how to start looking for a place for them to live and how to approach it with them. My father was very reluctant to move, and I knew that a move would be a big change for mom at her current state of confusion. And so the group really provided that for me, and there was a lot of sharing of that kind of resource information. The other thing that I appreciated so much was that we laughed together and we cried together. And I had absolute confidence that whatever I shared there would remain there. There would be, it wouldn't make its way out into the community. And I think that that's critical because the fact is that when you're caring for family members, it can be also a frustrating experience, and you need to have a place to go to say things that you wouldn't say to anyone else anywhere else, and know that other people will take it in the way that it was intended and will laugh along with you if that's what you need. I found the group because I am a member of the church, and I know Rosemary, although I didn't know her as well then as I do now. And you know, everyone on this call pretty much has had a role to play in helping me to give the best quality of care and support I could have to my parents in the last years of their lives. And it was a real honor to be able to do that. And I was able to appreciate that so much more because of this care and support from the group.
So what all of you don't know is that you just gave a wrap up of everything that I have talked about before with the group. And so to those of you who are watching, they had no advanced information whatsoever. I told them to speak their hearts. But I think that what you're hearing is the core of why a caregiver support group is so critically important. It's for you, and it's to help you get through a very, very difficult time in your life. Are there any other comments that anybody would like to make?
I'd just like to say it's been very helpful to me and rewarding, and glad I hooked up with it. And I think if you're looking for a support group, I think it's kind of difficult. It's probably firsthand word of mouth is the best way to find out about a place that you feel that you could be comfortable in. Otherwise, you go in and have to sit around for a couple of meetings and find out if you'd be comfortable. But it's been very good, and I've very much appreciated it.
Anyone else?
Certainly did. Over 4 years, my mom made a great transition from being independent to being in hospice, and you know, she was in a wheelchair and brought a chair, and we were in COVID as well, and only could see her once a week. So the changes that were occurring as they occurred was just so helpful to have, you know, the group there, as, you know, just asking how, you know, what was going on and how was she doing, how was I doing. And then as changes occurred, I could openly express them to other people, and knew that there was a level of understanding, you know, and other people who don't have caregiving responsibilities, they don't always, you know, they're willing to listen and everything, but sometimes they're not quite sure how to handle that either. So, you know, it's just nice, you know, that the group, you know, we really built, I think, some really close bonds.
Absolutely. I just have to chime in here for a minute. Judy and I both shared a rather difficult experience at different times. I had shared the time when my mother did not know who I was and how difficult that was. And probably, I would say it was shortly before she passed, Judy called me and she said, I just had that experience. And she and I were really able to talk through that, because that's very disconcerting when your mom doesn't know who you are. And it was a blessing for me to be able to talk with Judy and assure her that it was okay. Whether she believed me or not at the time, I don't know, but it was still critically important for us to connect, because I had had that very same experience.
And
So
that was, you had been so open and honest about your experience with your mom. So I knew you had had that experience before I had it. And once, you know, I was experiencing it, you know, it was just like, you know, I needed to share it with you almost, you know, it wasn't, you know, it wasn't as scary, I guess, having it happen to me, because I knew it had happened to someone else, you, and things all worked out in the end, you know, so.
Progression of this disease is different, I think, almost for every individual, but there are some commonalities. And one of the wonderful things about being part of a caregiver support group is that there are people who are at different stages, and so they can act as mentors. They can say to you, this is normal. I've been through this. And because they've been through it, they can offer you a variety often of ideas for how to deal with it and how to cope. And that makes such a difference because you're otherwise feeling your way along in the dark.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my gosh, how true is that? Anybody else? Paul, you have any final thoughts for us?
No, I guess not. I was thinking, I'm not sure how relevant it is, but we were all survivors of COVID and or surviving COVID, whatever it is. And that was a difficult situation to deal with, especially from a family standpoint, because we couldn't visit with kids and grandkids and all that. And I'm not sure that was impacted particularly by this group, but it was a difficult time that I was thinking about as we were talking.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I can remember thinking when I was really frustrated and scared and anxiety ridden and was I doing it right, that I was absolutely certain that everybody else who was going through this was doing just fine. And the first thing that I learned when I joined my support group was that wasn't true. And when I had made that comment, everybody burst out laughing and they said, well, let's dispel that myth right now. We're just in the same muck as you are. So that was very, very comforting to me, because isn't it true? We always think that everybody else is doing a better job than we are. Mm-hmm. I cannot thank all of you enough for your participation today. And I hope that collectively, the 5 of us have done a good job of helping our audience who are caregivers and going through very much of what we have gone through and continue to go through, convincing them that joining a caregiver support group might be the best thing they could do, not only for themselves, but for the person that they take care of. So with that, I'm going to thank you, and I'm going to thank the audience for participating with us today. And I believe if I do this right, I can end the recording and even show up for the question and answer that's coming later.
Hi there, Rosemary.
Hey, Jennifer, how you doing?
Good. I was crying. It's so emotional. They're such good humans to share their experiences.
Well, it was just they were just all so willing to do it, and I think that was like a real aha for me. You think that you're making a difference and you think that you're doing good work, but then all of a sudden you're hearing that you are, and that the work that you're doing is making a difference for them and for what they do with their loved ones. And wow, it doesn't get better than that as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it's hard for people to give that. I mean, what they're giving is a piece of themselves, and the people watching later, but what they need to understand is they're not alone. They're not on an island by themselves.
Exactly right. And when I first, like I mentioned in my presentation, when I first joined a caregiver support group, I was pretty skeptical. I thought, oh wow, and then I was just astounded. I was in tears my first meeting. I was in tears my second meeting, and then I learned it was okay to laugh, and it was okay to be human, and it was okay to be all of the range of emotions that you have when you're caring for someone. And I learned most importantly that it was okay for me to be so vulnerable.
Right.
And I think once that was a big hurdle for me. And once that happened, everything happened. Everything changed. It was all changed for the better. So, I've been doing this now for about 5 years, and I am happy to have anyone contact me, call me if they wish to. I'll just go on record saying that I'm perfectly willing to start another caregiver support group.
Oh.
If for anyone who's willing, and this is at no cost to anyone. This is just the hardest part will be figuring out when we can all meet.
Right. Well, that's always the hard part.
Right.
Some other things that I wrote down were that there's people at different stages. And I love the fact that support groups have people at different stages so the people who are a little further along can help those people just entering.
Exactly right. And, otherwise everybody is reinventing the wheel. So it's always wonderful when someone has to make a decision about whether or not it's time now to put their loved one into a care facility. There's usually 3 or 4 people who are down that road or have just started that journey, so that we actually anticipate the questions.
It's amazing because you've been there. You know exactly, well, you don't know exactly. You know what you've gone through, and you know generally what they've gone through. But I love support groups of all kinds. We do have one question.
Sure.
I'm going to share it on the screen, but it says, thank you for sharing your story and journey. Do you have information or guidance for Parkinson's caregivers? They're a little different. They have a lot more body issues, brain issues.
Right. Well, I think at this stage of the game, we don't have anyone in my support groups that have Parkinson's, but since the caregiver support group is aimed at you as the caregiver, much of what we've shared today is going to be very, very germane to you as well. I think that there certainly are organizations that you could call that deal specifically with Parkinson's, which I believe does become a certain kind of dementia. Am I right?
Oh, 100%. There's the Parkinson's Foundation, Les Turner. They have support groups, but
so I would absolutely send you there. But I think that a general caregiver support group would be helpful, no matter what the specific disease or disease progression is, because it really does help you. It's all about helping you help your loved one.
Right. And you can be in 2 support groups. You don't have to be in one.
That's right. Exactly right. Yeah.
Sometimes that's good. And you need to find the support group that supports you as your needs, right? And I like the fact that there's no judging, because sometimes your friends and mostly friends, families might understand depending where they live, but sometimes they're like, just get over it, Buttercup. I mean, this is just life, and that's not how it is.
Yeah, or they don't understand why. Well, you were all upset last week. Why are you upset this week? Haven't you gotten past it?
Right.
And what they don't understand is that any acute illness will change, and especially in dementia illnesses, changes are occurring all the time. And we talk all the time about, well, now you're at a different level. So that means that behaviors that had been common for the last 3 or 4 months have now changed and morphed. And so that means you have to change and morph.
Right.
And that can be very disconcerting. And not can be, it is. It's just very disconcerting. So it's helpful to have, to be able to voice those. I don't know what to do. That's the comment that we get the most. I just don't know what to do.
Right.
And then the brainstorming starts.
Right.
And it's just really amazing how we'll always come up with 2 or 3 really solid suggestions for people.
Well, that's amazing. It is good to have people that understand what you're going through. And you don't have to have the same diseases. You really don't. It's all about caring for the person who's caring for others. And I know that your group does it really well. I've seen a few of those folks before, and they're really good givers. Also, let's see here. Exhausting. I wrote down that exhausting.
Yes.
I have heard so many caregivers just angry that they've had to give up their lives, angry that their loved one's not listening, angry their loved one's not the same. There's so much anger. And it's because this is what they were used to. And now they've got this, and it's totally different and stressful.
And you're so right. The other thing that we have to remember is that we don't understand. Most of us don't understand the disease. We don't understand, especially Alzheimer's and dementia. We just don't understand it. And I guess I've learned that I can't be in they can't be in my world. I have to be in theirs, which means I have to. When my mother told me that she saw her 2 brothers walking down the hallway of her dementia facility, I just asked her how they were. And
it's a reality, right?
My husband looked at me and like I was crazy. And when we left, he said, "Well, why didn't you tell her that they were gone?" I said, "Well, first of all, who am I to say she didn't see them?"
Yeah.
And secondly, she was so happy to see them. Had I told her they were both gone, she would have been devastated. What was the benefit in any of that? So,
There's no benefit in that.
right. So you just learn to be, to live in their world, literally.
You have to. Why would you want to make them go through pain again?
Exactly right.
Or,
Exactly.
it's not easy for you to say the same thing over and over and over again too, right?
Right. But you learn.
Yeah. Let's see here. Doing just fine. Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
And the grass is greener. Everybody thinks the grass is greener. Jobs, lives, stuff.
Yeah. But I think part of that is that lack of confidence. I mean, most of us who become caregivers without warning, really.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you're constantly second guessing yourself, and you just are assuming that everybody else is much better at it than you are, not ever bringing into consideration that they feel exactly the way you did when they started. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then the comment about the survivors of COVID. This last year and a half has been so detrimental to so many lives. And every person's experienced it. I don't care who you are, you've experienced it.
Yeah, it was particularly difficult for individuals with loved ones in assisted living facilities because they were closed, they were locked down, and they couldn't get in to see their loved ones.
Yeah.
You could only stay outside the window in 20 degree weather for so long.
Right.
Excuse me. So it was very difficult. It was very difficult. And we talked about that a lot.
Well, it was a learning experience for the professionals out there, the senior communities, and what they've come up with in a year and a half. Honestly, COVID was the worst thing imaginable, but the positive that came out of it was that these communities realized they need better communication tools. They need to be connected to these families electronically. They need to have clean rooms where people can talk. And I actually was in one where there's a plexiglass in the middle, 2 separate rooms, plexiglass, and they could talk through the plexiglass.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just don't know. I love that these people are adapting.
And then various technologies like Zoom and other platforms have also made it very, very easy for us to communicate. And more assisted living facilities were making that available to the families. So again, I'm always saying, what's the gift? What's the gift in everything? Well, Zoom and technology was the gift out of COVID.
Well, I like technology, honestly, because I can wear sweatpants or shorts and wear makeup.
There we go. Yeah, but I'm actually fully dressed, Jennifer.
I'm fully dressed. I'm at work. I'm in the sweater, but it's hilarious. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you've done for so many other people, Rosemary. And it's not just as a caregiver. You help people in strife in life. You help people with their businesses. You help people with coaching and trying to do some more self-improvement. So you have a lot of advice for people. So I hope they reach out to you. And if they don't know how to get a hold of you, they can get a hold of Elderwerks and we can connect you.
Absolutely. Anyone who's watching, I'm happy to talk to them.
We know. And you're going to start another support group. That's what I heard.
Yep, that's what you heard. You absolutely heard that.
It's true. It's true. Well, we will share that information once we're aware of what dates and such. We can put it on our website so we can share your group because your group is fantastic. I love the people in the group and how supportive of each other they are. So that's good. And tell them all thank you for sharing.
I will certainly do that. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Elderwerks. You're pretty special to me too.
Oh, thanks. We're all good humans. It's just we got to find the right humans.
That's right. Yeah, and ultimately it's the relationships that you have.
Mm-hmm.
That's ultimately what's.
Do you have any closing thoughts for everybody before we go?
Trust yourself. Most of all, trust yourself, and whatever comes up, whatever emotions, positive, negative, just accept them, and understand that you're doing the best job that you can. And if you're feeling overwhelmed, call me. Find yourself a caregiver support group.
Exactly. Life is short. Get some help.
Life is short. Exactly right.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, Rosemary. You take care.
Yeah, you too, Jennifer.
We'll
Thank
see
you.
you at bingo, right?
Yeah, all right. Bingo's next.
Yep. We'll see you later.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Do you like bingo? Well, if so, you should join our bingo event for the last day of this fine expo. We have been planning and preparing for this bingo game, utilizing all of our presenters and sponsors. We're going to have a little bit of a Q&A, try to find out what you've learned, and then we're playing bingo for lots of prizes. Please join us. We'll see you soon.